Good afternoon. I call to order the meeting of the Knox County Commission for Wednesday, February 25th at 5 o'clock. Seated to my right is Vice Chair Kim Frazier and Deputy Law Director Moyers. Seated to my left is Ms. Kim Ellis and Ms. Haley Evans with the Knox County Clerk's Office. I don't see any elected officials. I do see Dr. Riswick. I think he was in here. Yep, hand went up. All right, Madam Clerk, if everybody will sign in and mark present, please. Thank you. We are all present. I will now turn it over to Commissioner Durrett for the devotion.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and please forgive my voice. I'm a bit under the weather. Today, I'm honored to welcome Imam Khalid Shahu to offer our devotional. His presence is especially meaningful as we are in the holy month of Ramadan, a time when Muslims around the world and here in Knox County focus on fasting, reflection, community, and spiritual renewal. Our county is home to more than 10,000 Muslim residents, and we appreciate Imam Shahu for taking the time during this important month to be with us and to share today's devotional. Dr. Khalid Shahu earned his PhD in sociology and language with a concentration of language policy and planning in post-colonial North African countries from the Graduate Center of City University of New York. He also has served as a teaching assistant professor of Arabic in the Asian Studies Department at UNC Chapel Hill. He is the author of a number of publications, including The Seeker's Path to Discover the Perfection of the Best of Creation and How Can I Be a Servant Who God Loves, among other publications. And as the Imam of the Muslim community of Knoxville, Dr. Shahu aims to raise a community that is spiritually oriented, well-organized, closely united, and civically engaged in American society. Please join me in welcome Imam Khalid Shahu for our devotion.
Thank you, and good evening, commissioners and respected members of our community. I greet you with the greeting of Islam, Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you. And on behalf of the Muslim community of Knoxville, I wish everyone a blessed month of Ramadan. I would like to begin with a recitation from the Quran, chapter 1, a prayer Muslims recite every day. In the name of God, the all-merciful, the all-compassionate. All praise is due to God, Lord of the worlds, the all-merciful, the all-compassionate, Master of the day of judgment. You alone we worship, and you alone we ask for help. Guide us to the straight path, the path of those who received your grace, not those who went astray. This prayer is a call for guidance, guidance to serve with integrity, to lead with compassion, and to act with justice. As we enter the blessed month of Ramadan, the 9th month of the Islamic calendar, observed by nearly 2 billion Muslims worldwide, including thousands here in Knoxville, we were reminded of the deeper meaning of service and sacrifice. During this month, Muslims fast from dawn to sunset, recite the Quran, give charity to the needy, and pray not only for their own good, but also for the good of their city, their community, and the entire humanity. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and upon Abraham, Moses, Jesus, and all the prophets of God says, none of you truly believes until he loves for his brother what he loves for himself. These teachings remind us that our shared humanity is beyond any borders or backgrounds or ethnicities, and urge us to care not only for our neighbors here in Knoxville, Tennessee, but also for those suffering from hunger, thirst, displacement, and lack of medical care in places such as Gaza, Sudan, across parts of Africa, South America, and the world. Our loving Lord, make us servants of your creation, people who serve not for recognition, but for the good for all. Make us attentive to all the needy and the oppressed. Help us build a city rooted in dignity, mercy, and justice for all, and guide our leaders and our community towards decisions that bring benefit, unity, and lasting good. Amen. And all praise is to God. And thank you for your time and for having me.
Thank you very much. I'll now turn it over to Commissioner Jay to lead us in the pledge.
Thank you very much. I am proud to welcome Troop 258 members from Strawberry Plains. If you are able, please stand and render a salute to the flag as we begin our Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, ladies. All right, if it's at the pleasure of the body, after we set the agenda, we will entertain a motion on the education and general consent, government consent calendars, honorary resolutions, presentations, and the rest of the agenda. The amendments to the agenda, do I have a motion? Motion by Commissioner Lee, second by Commissioner Thompson. All right, our amendments are as follows. Additions, number 21, 29, 37, and 41. Again, those additions are 21, 29, 37, and 41. Defer to April is number 33 and 38. Withdrawals, number 32 and 39. Non-consent, 31, 35 through 37, and 40 through 41. So again, non-consent, 31, 35 through 37, 40 through 41. Any discussion with that? Commissioner Russell?
Yes, ma'am. I had asked for number 37 to be moved to non-consent. After discussion with Director Holden, I am okay if that goes back on consent unless someone else has an issue.
All right, so let's do our non-consents, 31, 35, 40 through 41. We've got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Lee, second by Commissioner Thompson. Voting is open.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Dripp?
is 36 still on non-consent? You asked for 36 or 37 to be put back on?
37,
So, but 36 is still?
as far as I know.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, she's done. All right, voting is open. You may change your vote. Voting is closed. That passed 10 yes, with 1 abstention is Commissioner Fox. I'll now entertain a motion to approve the education and general consent calendars. Motion by Commissioner Durrett, second by Commissioner Thompson. Any discussion? Seeing none, voting is open. You may change your vote. Voting is closed. That passes 10 yes to 1 abstention is Commissioner Fox. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Next item is general government consent calendar.
Got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Thompson, second by Commissioner Jay. Voting is open. You may change your vote. And that passes. 10 yeses, 1 abstain from Commissioner Fox. Next item.
Item number 31, honorary resolution R26-2101 is honoring Janice White for her community service and spirit of being a true volunteer.
We need I guess you're going to make the motion?
Yeah,
Okay.
I make a motion to approve.
And then I've got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Lee, second by Commissioner Thompson. Any discussion? Seeing none, voting is open. And voting is closed. And that passed 11-0. Commissioner Lee, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, before I read this resolution, I just wanted to tell you a little bit about this lady right here. She is a remarkable woman in our community. She does so much that you just wouldn't even believe. Years and years of volunteering in the senior center for the veterans and making sure that our elementary school and Powell, Copper Ridge, and high school have meals. She took that up on herself, and what she does is just way above sacrifice. And I just give honor to her. Whereas, having grown up in the high school community, Janice White has worked tirelessly for many years to serve and support the children, seniors, veterans in the community she so dearly loves. Whereas, after retiring as a business professional in Knoxville, Janice White rented space at the High School United Methodist Church to begin the High School Community Center, which provided a monthly luncheon to seniors in the community. Whereas, as the monthly luncheons grew and other activities followed, the High School Community Center soon outgrew the space at the High School United Methodist Church. And whereas Janice White moved the community center to Powell, and with more space and several volunteers, the community center now offers daily activities, exercise class, bingo, dominoes, art class, and a prayer group. And whereas the community center hosts a senior luncheon the second Thursday of each month, and now regularly serves 75 to 100 seniors, and a Veterans Appreciation Breakfast the third Saturday each month with an attendance of around 120 to 150 veterans. And whereas in addition to coordinating a fall open house to showcase the community center to area seniors who had not yet discovered it, Janice White has spearheaded many important initiatives at the center, including weekly mobile meals for seniors in need, totes of love for local children in need, and contacting Veterans Administration representative to assist veterans in the community. And whereas Janice White also spearheaded the efforts that all children from Copper Ridge Elementary, Powell Elementary were provided free breakfast and lunch so that none of our children would go hungry. Whereas Janice White was honored in 2019 as the community recipient of the John J. Duncan Senior Award for Senior Advocacy, which award was created to honor those who steadfastly work to improve the lives of seniors in the Knoxville community. And whereas the commission desires to recognize and commend Janice White for being a longtime pillar of high school Powell community with a heart for our children, our seniors, and our veterans. Now therefore be it resolved by the Commission of Knox County as follows. The Commission of Knox County hereby honors Janice White for her tireless efforts on behalf of the children, seniors, and veterans in our community and expresses its appreciation for her many years of dedicated service and for being a true volunteer. Be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be presented to Janice White. Be it further resolved that this resolution is to take effect and after its passage as provided by the Charter of Knox County, Tennessee, the public welfare requiring it. Thank you, Janice. I think Miss Janice may have a few words.
And if you know me well, you know a few words turns into a lot of words. I know a lot of you on commission, and you have been so good to the high school and PAL communities. And I want to thank every one of you for your continued support, especially for our children, our seniors, and our veterans. And it's not me that does all of this. I have a board. And we have a lot of people in our community and businesses that help us out. So it's not just me, but I'm honored to lead the charge. Thank you so much, and for everybody that's here today. Thank you.
Stacy.
She doesn't know.
Thank you.
If the commission would come up, if you could kind of come close to the stairs, she's not able to come up on the platform, so we could get a picture with all the commissioners.
Because I'm old.
So it's bigger than it used to be.
All right, Commissioners, if it pleases the body, I'm going to go back to the amendments, and I apologize, this was my fault. We have got two speakers that are on open topics, and I'd like to move them up with the public forum so they don't have to wait the entire time. So do I have a motion to amend and approve that?
So moved.
Who was first and second?
I was.
Adam and Jay, perfect. So Commissioner Thompson made the motion, Commissioner Jay seconded. Open voting. Oh, you're fine. And I apologize, I had that written down and I missed it. Yeah, those will be. All right, voting is open. Thompson, second by Jay. Uh-huh. Perfect. All right, now we're open. Sorry about that, girls.
Madam Chair. It's misspelled.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it says open.
It's what? It's what?
It says here OP topics. Open topic. That's not close enough.
I'm just,
Can-
look,
Can you vote?
I thought it said Hope Tropics.
Does anybody wish to change their vote? All right, closing vote. And that passed 11-0. Next up is Commissioner Fox for a presentation. I would like to start by saying I do appreciate everybody being here. Everyone's going to be heard that has signed up to speak. I do ask that you be kind when people are speaking, that you don't speak over them and yell and make comments and that kind of stuff. We do have junior commissioners up here, and I think we do need to be the adults in the room and show that we can have civil discourse without name calling and getting very upset. So everybody's going to get their time. I just ask that you please do that and please have a respectful back and forth. So Commissioner Fox, you've got 10 minutes, and do I have a motion to approve?
It's a presentation, we don't need a motion.
Oh, sorry, we don't need a motion. I'm all messed up here.
We're up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. President Trump said last night in his State of the Union speech, the first duty of American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens. And it was serendipitous that I continued this from the previous month. And I had that opening statement by President Trump himself for this presentation. To me, this issue of illegal immigration is a simple matter of governance. We have a federal law that provides for who can come to this nation, who can reside here, who can visit, and who can't. And these laws should be enforced not only by the federal government, but to the extent possible, state governments and county governments. We must make Knox County and the state of Tennessee and the United States inhospitable to people who are not supposed to reside here according to our immigration laws, so that they will return. It's a simple matter of governance. But interestingly, people who I think normally don't promote Christian values have the people on the left who are advocating against these illegal immigration laws have brought Christian ethics into the dynamic, and they have claimed that as a matter, to be a faithful Christian, you have to oppose the immigration laws, and you have to welcome people from around the world into this country without restriction. So I believe that the arguments used by illegal immigration activists are spurious, they're erroneous, and I'm not going to allow them to stand in the public square without a response. So that's why I'm here today to provide a response to these erroneous arguments that supposedly are based from the Christian Bible. And these arguments are found mainly in three passages in the Bible. One is found in Leviticus 19:33, and there are a number of passages in the Old Testament that discuss how the ancient nation of Israel, 3,400 years ago, was supposed to treat foreigners who resided within the nation of Israel. That's one analogy that illegal immigration activists attempt to draw. And then also the Good Samaritan parable, that is used as a justification for aiding and abetting illegal immigration, and also the sheep and goats illustration. So we'll start with the Old Testament passage. And, there's this premise. You have this principle drawn out of Scripture from the Old Testament. And because of this principle, the conclusion is, well, the United States should enforce its borders. It's not being kind to the foreigner. And anyone who wants to be a citizen in the U.S. or just reside here must be welcomed and allowed to do so. And Christians should rise up against laws to the contrary, because otherwise you're not being a faithful Christian. Is this conclusion true? Well, wrapped up in this conclusion are a lot of missing premises. Like, there are statements that have to be true in order for this conclusion to be valid. For instance, the United States is a Christian nation. If you went to Japan and to a Japanese county commission or Japanese government said, we really ought to follow the pattern of ancient Israel 3,400 years ago in order, when we're talking about our immigration policy, they'd probably say, this has no relevance to us. I mean, for one thing, they're a Shinto nation. That's historically their religion. They don't place any value on the Christian scriptures. So it just would be inapposite for them. Also, if you went to Thailand, for instance, Thailand's a Buddhist nation. They'd say, this has no application to us. It's not relevant. How is this relevant, this particular premise? It's only relevant if the people within the nation revere the document where this particular example is laid. So if you have a country full of Christians, why then maybe that might have a relevance to the immigration policy. Not necessarily, but you have to at least start there. So is the United States a Christian nation? Is that true? And I have to state, yes, I think the United States is a Christian nation. It was always intended to be a Christian nation. Christianity was inextricably...
Commissioner Fox, would you stop, please? Stop
Yeah.
the clock, please. We can keep doing that, or everybody can just listen to Commissioner Fox, and then you'll have your say.
Christianity was inextricably intertwined in the founding era of this country, and it was never intended to be the secular fever dream that we're currently existing under. It was baked in and a part of life, and that's, of course, why it exists in our founding documents. There's just casual mention of it because it was baked in. There was no need for people in our founding the nation, or in our founding of our nation, to say, we just want to make sure for everybody that that we're a Christian nation. If you went around, and I use this as an example, if you went around to, or I've looked at the city of Knoxville website, the Knox County government website, and nothing in those websites says, we support the Tennessee Vols, okay? We support Tennessee football. But if you go around to the city county building and look at people's offices on a football Friday, you will see lots of offices decorated in orange. You'll see people wearing orange and white. They don't need to say in the government websites, oh, by the way, we support the Tennessee Vols. It's evident, it's baked in, it's part of the culture. It was the same way from the moment that the settlers arrived from Europe. And it was always intended to be that way. Now, there were actually people who made explicit statements about what the religion, what bound this country together overall. For instance, Justice Joseph Story, he wrote an authoritative treatise on the Constitution in 1833. He was a second-generation Supreme Court justice. He covered the First Amendment. He has a number of sections on the First Amendment. It's way more than what I have here. But he noted that Christianity was supported by states. It was actually supported financially by states in many of the states. So, and there are thousands of books written on this topic. That's something for another day. But I think there is no question that the United States was intended to be a Christian nation. So that's true. But there are other missing premises. For instance, is Leviticus 19:33 the only statement that God had to make about the foreigner living in the nation of Israel, ancient Israel? Well, first of all, God created the whole concept of nationhood and boundaries, all right? God did not create humanity to just be one big, massive humanity. He divided up the world into nations. and peoples, and they had boundaries. They had borders. So if God ordained that there would be nations and borders, then, of course, a nation can enforce. It can make laws. It's just a part of it. It's inherent that a nation can make laws about who can be a part of the nation, who can live there, who can cross the border. That's just an inherent power ordained by God to countries. And God himself is the leader of the theocracy of ancient Israel. Himself made a law that some people could not even reside within the nation of Israel. The Amalekites, for instance. The nations that were living in Canaan before the nation of Israel moved in after they left Egypt. Those nations were so depraved that God ordained their destruction through the instrumentality of ancient Israel, the nation of Israel, because he didn't want them to be infected by the utter depravity of those nations. But obviously, the people from those nations could not reside in the nation of Israel. What can we draw from this? Any country can, or what can you extrapolate from this? Any country, it's just inherent that a country can make laws about who can reside, who can even be inside the country itself. God also limited who could be a part of the nation of Israel as far as its citizenry. Take the Ammonite or Moabite. They could reside possibly as a foreigner, but they could never be a full-class citizen. They could never have all the rights associated with a citizen of ancient Israel. And they couldn't ever become a part of the assembly of the Lord. Even some people from nations that were somewhat friendly to Israel, like the Edomites, Egyptians, they had to wait 60 to 75 years before they could become a full-fledged member, of the assembly of the Lord. They could not participate in civic life. Until that happened, they were kind of second-class citizens. So God limited who could be a part of Israel, who could be a citizen of Israel. So, like I said, that is evidence that that any country has the right to set standards about who can be a resident and who can be a citizen. It's interesting, these laws that we're talking about, Israel's laws, ancient Israel's laws were divided up into three kinds. There's the moral law, like the Ten Commandments, the civil law, and ceremonial law. Why are people just focusing in on this one law? Should we just cherry pick that? If you're going to say we should follow the pattern of ancient Israel, what about their building laws? What about their laws to deal with human waste? They had laws for those too that were pronounced by God. The response to that would be, well, we have our own rules and regulations that are applicable to this time and place. And I say, exactly. The laws that God pronounced for Israel are applicable to that time and place when God founded the nation of ancient Israel. They're not applicable to modern America.
Commissioner Fox, you've got about 3 more minutes. I've extended my time a little bit.
You're only giving me 10 minutes?
Well,
Where's that in the rules that I only have 10 minutes?
There's not a rule at all about it, and it's not county business at this point. And we have 37 people signed up to speak.
I don't see how you can limit my time, Madam Chair.
Director Moyers?
I believe that the time that any person is given to speak, including public forum, is at the discretion of the chair.
All right. Well, then I'll come back again next month and I'll keep giving this until I get to give the whole thing. And of course, because it is inherent to nationhood and boundaries, or it's part of what God ordained for just government to have limitations on who can be inside a nation and who can, and a nation can enforce its borders. Christians then are called to obey that law. They're not called to thwart that law. So if a Christian is saying, well, I'm relying on Old Testament law and the pattern laid down for being kind to foreigners, we have laws, civic laws that deal with that, or civil laws that deal with that. And Christians, even if they don't like the law, they have to obey with it because it's not unjust. It's not outside what God ordained for just government. God ordained, there are examples of people throughout the ages who disobeyed unjust laws. For instance, when they were ordered to not pray to the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, but instead were ordered to pray to a king. They disobeyed that because that was outside the boundaries of what is ordained for just government. But that's not the case here. These are valid laws because they're inside what God ordained for just government. So this conclusion is just not true. It's inapposite. It's not, the United States is not constrained to follow the pattern of ancient Israel, and Christians are not acting ungodly or unchristian and failing to adhere to that pattern of ancient Israel. So the next particular example, of course, is the Good Samaritan. And the Good Samaritan laid out an example of Christian charity. And so the conclusion from that is, well, we must be a good neighbor to the illegal alien, meaning if they want to come to the United States, they should be able to come. And if they're already here, then we must aid, abet, and harbor them, or we're not being a faithful Christian. So is that true? And if you doubt that that's what people said, I have evidence of what various people said during the October 27th meeting. The Good Samaritan illustration was raised. At one point, I don't have it here, but Mr. Nance compared me to the villains of the Good Samaritan parable, the scribe, the Pharisee who didn't help the crime victim. So this passage was not just used to justify being kind to illegal aliens. It was used to attack people who actually support immigration law. And we'll take a look at the passage itself. Again, a man was traveling from Jerusalem to Jericho, and he fell among robbers. He was a victim of crime, crime victim. And of course, the Good Samaritan showed him mercy, although these other people just passed by him. So we're supposed to show mercy to victims of crime, according to, and to be a good neighbor, you have to show mercy to people. But in this particular illustration, it was to a crime victim. So here's Pierce Corcoran. Now, Pierce Corcoran, according to illegal immigration activists, he's not our neighbor. He's just some guy that was born here and grew up here. Here's who they define as our neighbor. This is the guy that killed Pierce Corcoran when he drove the wrong way and hit him head on and killed him. Supposedly, this is who we're supposed to show mercy to. This is who we're supposed to show compassion to. This is who we're supposed to show justice to. Here's another person.
Are we supposed to show mercy and justice to a family that lives here in Knoxville that is supporting their family, working and obeying our laws?
We're supposed to show, well, I'm gonna get to who we should show justice and mercy and compassion to. And yes, we should show justice and mercy and compassion to our fellow citizens. When these laws are not enforced properly, they lead to tragedy. They lead to people being killed. And you are not showing justice and mercy and compassion to your fellow citizen, your actual neighbor, when you advocate against them and thwart the enforcement of illegal immigration laws, or of immigration laws. And never, we'll get to it in a second. I'm going to address your question, if I have time, that is. Here's another neighbor. We have to be merciful and show compassion to Mr. Alcantara Guevara. Of course, these aren't just Knox County citizens, but these are people who died at the hands of illegal aliens. And yes, if the immigration laws had been enforced, these deaths were 100% preventable. Because if illegal aliens had not lived here, they wouldn't have had an opportunity to kill these people. Whether it was through accident or intentional crime, it wouldn't have happened. These were 100% preventable crimes. And here's just more from people across the country who have been killed at the hands of illegal aliens. And I want to go ahead and just put a stake in this false narrative that illegal aliens commit crime less than American citizens. I've heard this vague argument before. And maybe they don't get as many traffic tickets as American citizens. But when it comes to crimes that affect other people, they have a greater propensity to commit crime. we had for the first year, in 2025, the Tennessee District Attorney's General Conference report came out. They just started taking statistics in 2024. So we have 1 year of data, and that report states that 2,183 violent crimes were committed by people who were not lawfully present in the United States, illegal aliens. So the number of crime incidents per $100,000 within the illegal alien population is greater than 1,174 is greater than the 592 that's across the general population. And I want to note that these 42,807 crimes, that's a 2024 statistic. That statistic is not available yet for 2025. But if you took this statistic, which is available, these are 2025 numbers, and applied it to this statistic, the 2024 numbers, it would show that illegal aliens commit crime, violent crime, they committed about 5% of the violent crimes in Tennessee, whereas they only make up about 2 to 2.5% of the population. So they have a greater propensity to commit crime. Now, I think I've heard that crime actually went down in Tennessee. So this number right here, this 42,807, would be lower for 2025, which would boost this, and it would actually be a greater percentage of crime. So it's just this narrative is false, that they don't commit crimes at a greater propensity, or that they don't commit crimes at a greater propensity than citizens. So, if people are saying, well, if there was only some way that we could keep criminal illegal aliens out, then we would, that would be an ideal situation. In other words, try to know who's coming in and out of our country. Kind of like this lady here, the anti-ICE activist who proudly announced without any self-awareness, we are literally creating a place that we know who's coming and going in and out of our neighborhoods. This was in Minneapolis. And I say, yes, we want to do that for the whole country. We want to know who's coming and going in and out of our country. That's the purpose of immigration laws. We have that system in place already. Not only does illegal immigration hurt American citizens, it also hurts often the illegal immigrant. What happens is that immigrants are enticed to or seduced into this illegal immigration program that, with cartels and bad actors, and they end up in sex trafficking or being drug mules or indentured servitude. If we properly enforced the immigration laws and started deporting people, and people returned to their home country and said, it won't fly anymore in the United States, illegal immigrants would not get trapped into this web of crime because they would understand that no longer are they able to come to the United States. So who exactly is our neighbor? Then, remember, the Good Samaritan, he helped the crime victim, not the robbers. So you don't want to enable people to come to this country and commit crime. And going to this third point here, the Good Samaritan's help did not cause harm to anyone else. And even if an illegal immigrant is not predisposed to crime and they don't commit any crime, still they are taking valuable, scarce resources from American citizens and illegal residents. If there's a roof over the head of an illegal alien, that's a roof that's not over the head of an American citizen or legal resident. So, and I hear that there's a housing shortage. So even helping someone live here in violation of, or helping someone live here in violation of immigration laws, even if they're not a criminal and they've violated no general criminal laws of the state of Tennessee, it still causes harm to your neighbor, your actual neighbor, a person, an American citizen, or a legal resident. And remember, the victim in the Good Samaritan illustration or the parable, he broke no laws. He was minding his own business. He was just walking through the nation of Israel. He was not in violation of any immigration laws. He was not invading Israel. He was just attacked by robbers. So this conclusion, this Good Samaritan example, is inapposite. It's an invalid conclusion. It does not apply to illegal immigration. And illegal immigrants are not our neighbors. They are here in violation of immigration laws, and they need to be returned to their home.
Commissioner Fox, is the moral story of the Good Samaritan, isn't it more about treating others that, who you hate, or dislike as your neighbor? I mean, because hold on. Because, the basis of the Good Samaritan is Samaria they were a sect of Judaism at the time, and they were hated by, because they thought that they were the chosen ones, and, so Samaritans were disliked. And the point of the Good Samaritan, I believe, is that it is about treating others that you don't like or that you would hate or dislike as your neighbor.
Yeah. Well, there's something called ordo amoris and ordo caritatis, and these are orders of love and orders of charity. And you should be providing love and charity first to the people who are closest to you, and then to the people in your community, and then to the people in your nation, and then if it is not harming other people, because when the Good Samaritan helped the man who was a victim of crime, his actions did not bring harm to anyone else. But when you help an illegal alien, your actions potentially, as I stated here, what you're really doing, if you insist on thwarting the laws of the United States when it comes to immigration, you're rolling the dice with the lives of your actual neighbors. You don't know if this person's going to commit a crime. We have enough problems with crime with people who actually are citizens and legal residents. We shouldn't have to bring in and worry about other people violating our laws when they're not here legally. One crime is too many. But yet, as I showed earlier, they actually, illegal aliens actually have a propensity to commit violent crime greater than everyone else. But one is too many. And we shouldn't be rolling the dice with the lives and property of our actual neighbors. We should be caring about them, and we should be caring about their ability to find a place to live and their ability to get a job, and not somebody who doesn't belong here, who shouldn't be living here in the first place. So what you're doing, what happens is you have these two interests that you're talking about that are clashing, but there's nothing under the Christian scriptures that says that we must prefer providing mercy and compassion and justice to people who don't belong in this country, people who are here illegally. We should provide mercy and justice and compassion to people who are legal citizens before that. And if that means that some people don't get to live in this country based upon the laws that have been passed by the federal government, then so be it.
Do you not think that you might be misinterpreting what the other side is arguing, that it is about the, hold on. I'm not done. That the other, my side or the other side is arguing that it's a Christian perspective of how do we treat and how do we, in a Christian manner, enforce our laws and treat others with kindness under biblical, law. How do we how do we enforce our law in a Christian manner?
We enforce it by deporting people and returning them. What other choice is there? By enforcing it. That is the Christian thing to do.
But should we also provide food for those who are hungry and shelter for those who are...
No, we should not enable people to live here illegally. The answer to that is no. That's not being compassionate to your actual neighbors. Because if you do that, then you're going to attract people to come here. It needs to be inhospitable so people have a disincentive, a deterrent from coming here. Because America is for Americans. It's not for illegal aliens.
Commissioner Jackson, can we let Commissioner Fox finish his presentation, and if you have any questions afterwards, you could ask him.
Madam Chair, hold on. In the commission rules, it allows me to interrupt at any time with a question.
Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The commission rules allow me to interrupt at any time with a question. Commissioner Fox is willing to answer it at that time, or he can defer it to the end.
So the final illustration or argument that I heard on October 27th, and I've heard it other times too, is this sheep and goats illustration from Matthew 25. This is given by Jesus in the context of all these judgments and the end times taking place. And what I heard from the people advocating this as a reason why you should help an illegal alien is false Christians would not help illegal aliens, and true Christians would. I mean, that's effectively what they were arguing. And so, and Christians must have no part in seeking to deport illegal aliens. This is the conclusion, supporting immigration laws, not helping the least of these, as they put it. Otherwise, you're a false Christian. And I think even the premise is wrong. Both the premise and the conclusion are invalid. And if you don't think that's what they said, here, I quoted it. Jonathan Haskell. It will separate the true followers from the false ones based on the way they treat the most vulnerable, the hungry, the thirsty, the sick, the imprisoned, and the foreigner. Daniel Watson said Jesus points to the clearest picture of God's expectation. Now, in Christianity, God's expectation is that a Christian cannot gain salvation by works. God's expectation is our works, the things we do, are as filthy rags. That's what God says about human righteousness. It's dirty, and it cannot win salvation. And that's repeated over and over in the Bible. You cannot achieve salvation through works. You can only achieve salvation through faith in Jesus Christ. Jesus himself, this is what he said. He said he poured out himself for many for the forgiveness of sins. And you have to have faith in what Jesus did, that he took away your sins by his atoning death. That's how you get saved, not by works that you do. And I do note that Jesus said for the many. He didn't say for everybody. Jesus was not a universalist, because some people will reject this free gift of salvation. But if you can't, we'll take a look at the passage again. If you can't get salvation by works, then what does this passage mean? Well, something that is left out by people, illegal immigration activists that cite this as a basis for what they do. They always leave this out. It says right here, I tell you the truth, when you did it to one of the least of these, my brothers and sisters, you were doing it to me. That's the Greek word adelphos. Jesus was talking about Christian charity to fellow Christians. And I didn't put the whole passage in here, but he's saying the goats, they didn't do these things. They didn't, when you were hungry, you didn't feed me. You didn't give me a drink. You didn't invite me to your home. You didn't visit me in prison. That's what goats did. And throughout history, Christians have been persecuted. Now, maybe not in the West since, for about the past 1,700 years. But, throughout the rest of the world where Christianity is not the predominant religion, Christians were terribly persecuted. Think of USSR, Marxist USSR. They were persecuted there. North Korea, they're persecuted there. They're killed. Think about the Armenian genocide in Turkey in the early 1900s. 1 million Armenian Christians were killed. They were persecuted. And non-Christians are not going to have an inclination to provide charity to Christians. So this is more of what you call a descriptive passage, not a prescriptive. This is not saying this is what you need to do to get saved. This is saying at the end of all times, non-Christians did not provide these things. They persecuted them. Christians, on the other hand, naturally have an affinity for their people, and they're going to provide charity for them. So if you think this is like some kind of Andy Fox novel interpretation, this interpretation's been around for a while. This is from an authoritative voice in at least Protestant Christianity. And this is what this person said in a commentary. He said, Christ, those who belong to the household of faith ought to be preferred to strangers. And that, of course, doesn't mean that you don't give charity to non-Christians. That's a way that that churches and Christians will reach out with the message with the gospel message. But that's not what this particular passage is about. This passage is about Christians providing charity to their fellow Christians who are being persecuted. And by the way, the person that made this statement, that's John Calvin. I think you probably heard of him before. So in closing, there is no basis in Christianity to oppose the immigration laws of the United States and to thwart them and prevent their application. And when you're helping illegal aliens, you are hurting your actual neighbors, your fellow citizens, because America is for America. Any other questions?
I have a question.
Yes.
When Christopher Columbus came, was he not treated with kindness?
I don't know.
Wouldn't he be
Christopher Columbus
considered-
wasn't a part of this presentation.
Would he not be considered an alien?
He was considered an explorer.
Okay.
I don't have a question, but I do have a comment. So I think that we, and I'll say this very quickly, try to get it in under 30 seconds. But, the way I believe, and what I don't agree with, is how we are separating families, the method that we are enforcing our laws with. I don't agree with pulling guns out at arrests, at work sites, at Hardin Valley. I don't believe that we should be removing protections on refugees, asylum seekers, or work visa holders without due process. But what I do believe, and what I do believe that, many like me believe, is that we should treat people humanely. We should enforce our laws kindly, and that we should allow a path to citizenship for people who have been here for a long period of time, especially children who came here illegally many years ago, who have obeyed our laws, who have followed things, who do pay taxes and can justify, that they have been here. That is what I believe. I believe that we should have a path to citizenship for many of these dreamers and people who have been here for many years and who have followed our laws. I think that there is an argument on, my opposing side that that I believe that we should allow rapists and murderers to roam our streets. That's just absolutely ludicrous. I believe we should get rid of them as quickly as we can. We don't need them. We should enforce our laws. We should put them behind bars and deport them. Absolutely. But what about the family? What about the husband and the wife who braved the Darien Gap between Colombia and Panama? They went through heck to get here to America, and so be it. They've been here for 30 years. They've been obeying our laws. We need to start now as a country talking about where's the middle ground. Open borders isn't right. I don't agree with that. But also the way we're treating immigrants today is not right either. And we need to start talking between Democrats and Republicans. We need to start talking about what is the middle ground. How should we enforce our laws in a Christian manner?
Thank you for your opinion.
Commissioner Hill, did you have a comment? Oh, no, you didn't. Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to make a comment. I extended Commissioner Fox's time because I did not know how long his presentation was. I wasn't aware of that, and so this way he finished it this meeting, and so we are going to move on to public forum. I'm going to let the first two people who were on open topics, because I didn't want them to sit here until 9 o'clock tonight to wait to talk about this. So the first person is Bernard Barton. And Mr. Barton, when you come up, if you'll give your name and county of residence, please, and you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Bernard Barton. I live in Knox County. I'm a student at Carter High School, and I can only hope that in the grandeur of immigration law and all the other subjects that my concern isn't seen as less. I'm here today to talk about Knox County roads. The state of the roads in Knox County, and especially its unincorporated areas, is subpar. I'm here for constructive criticism and policy request, essentially. The county often finds itself failing to cover or fill the many potholes which the county has the authority to improve. While several steps have been taken to fill such gaps in infrastructure, there has been an apparent lack of substantive action taken consequentially. The county has worked to fix this problem by working with C-Click-Fix, but the results have been mild at best. Ask anybody who drives the county roads frequently, and they'll tell you what it's like. I understand that I'm speaking on a time constraint, so I will now suggest some policy approaches. Number one, formal service standards. A requirement for Knox County Engineering and Public Works Department to accept and complete all requests to fill potholes within 48 hours of notification, similar to the city of Knoxville, will make very good tangible improvements to road quality. Number two, automatically forwarding misdirected reports. Requests have been made to Knox County to fill potholes on state and city roads, which the county does not have the authority to improve. But instead of directing those requests to the proper agency, like the Tennessee Department of Transportation, the county usually tells the person to do it themselves. So having the county automatically report those cases to the correct agency just seems like common sense. The third and final one is a formal performance dashboard with guaranteed timelines on the county's website. This would allow citizens to see if, when, and where results are happening at little to no cost to the county. I understand that the commission has a lot to do, but the residents of Knox County have been told so many times that our everyday problems will be solved that it has become monotonous and boring. All I am asking is for you to take my request into consideration. Improve the infrastructure operated by the county as intended for public use. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barton. All right, the next is Marie. And I know that I'm not going to say your last name right, so I will let you get up here and do it. I don't want to be disrespectful. Thank you. And if you'll state your name and county of residence, please, you got 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Marie Ramadan. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I live at 2519 Epicove Lane, Knoxville, Knox County, District 6. I'm here representing my neighbors, households from Carter Cove who has signed the petition that you can read. I want to specifically thank all of you and somebody who replied to me for her leadership and for the news I received today that my petition has been evaluated, will be added to the county project list, and thank you for that. So I'm here tonight to explain why this project needs to stay at the top of the list, although we have many things to do. The county already knows my street is dangerous. Right now, our school buses are required to pull all the way up on narrow lanes because the current infrastructure on Ball Road, specifically the deep drainage gaps, has been deemed too hazardous for a central bus stop. If the county's own transportation department won't let a child walk 500 feet to a bus stop, how can we expect those same children to safely walk to the new sidewalks at Nicholas Ballpark? Our neighborhood, along with Hattie's Place and the future Winding Meadows and a future other one, are pedestrian islands. We are less than a mile from the fantastic Shad Road upgrades, yet our families are physically cut off. As you can see in the photos in your packet, recent drainage work has actually made it worse. There are now deep gaps where we used to walk. My neighbors including seniors and children, are trapped between a drop-off and the traffic line. We can see the new sidewalk and bike lanes from our front doors, but we have to get in a car to reach them. We want to be reasonable partners. We know budgets are tight. That's why we are proposing a two-tier solution. First, efficiency. So I've read that county crews will soon be mobilized for the Beckerton Road project less than a mile away. It is significantly cheaper to add a sidewalk there. Second, flexibility. If concrete is too expensive, we are 100% supportive of a crushed stone trail or a multimodal path. I would finish by, I would like to know more in the future about this. Let's finish the job we all started and make sure these families can safely walk to the park they pay for. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
If I may, Madam Chair,
Yes.
you are in my district, and I appreciate this. Do we have her contact information?
I would think that Drew's probably got it.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Now we will start with our agenda items. So our first person to speak is Betsy Hobkirk. All right, I will come back to her. Vince. Oh, you're there? I've got Hobkirk, Hobkirk. Oh, she's not here. Okay. All right. Next one is Vince. And I'm going to let you do the last name. If you'll give your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Vince Cianciolo. I'm a Knox County resident.
Thank you, and you've got 3 minutes.
Now, I've got to start remembering to bring my reading glasses to these things. So I wish to address Commissioner Fox's speech and 2 upcoming related resolutions. It's a shame we all feel compelled to be here, unpaid, by the way. I'd rather be in my workshop tonight. This speech and the resolutions in question have little to do with actual county priorities, but they demand response. If I hadn't attended a few previous commission meetings, I would have assumed from Commissioner Fox's title that he was going to talk about Jesus' call to serve others and be merciful, but I was pretty sure that was not going to be his message. Describing current policies towards illegal immigration as Christian is the height of hypocrisy. I'd love to read aloud the parables of the unforgiving servant and the judgment of nations so we could compare Jesus' own words to Commissioner Fox's interpretation, but your time is valuable and you probably know them by heart. Jesus was pretty clear. We must be merciful of others. We must welcome the stranger, give them food and drink, forgive them their debts. I assume the speech was given to justify support for a pair of resolutions that will be considered by this commission. The first resolution is sponsored by Commissioner Lee. In short, she wishes to scold our school board for opposing state legislation that would deny education to undocumented children. I urge you to oppose this resolution. From a purely practical standpoint, we should not add tracking students' documentation status to our overworked school staff's to-do list. From a moral standpoint, we should not be denying children, innocent children, an education for any reason. The second resolution is sponsored by Commissioner Fox. In short, he wishes to encourage our sheriff's office to join forces with ICE. I urge you to oppose that resolution as well. Last month, ICE agents in Minneapolis murdered 2 peaceful protesters exercising their First Amendment rights. Don't believe that interpretation? Watch the videos without commentary. Believe your eyes. We have much bigger problems than illegal immigration in Knox County. But the federal government isn't coming in, guns and pepper spray blazing, to help us out with those, and we'd probably be pretty pissed off if they did. I'm a firm believer in law and order. But currently, ICE is not promoting law or order. They are acting above the law, and they are sowing disorder. Unless and until that changes, our police officers should not be cooperating with them. Since I have a few seconds left, I will also just read here to fact-check Commissioner Fox, an NIH study making use of a comprehensive data set from the Texas Department of Public Safety from between 2012 and 2018, finding undocumented immigrants have substantially lower crime rates than native-born citizens. So why don't you fact check it yourself?
And next speaker is Samuel Hertz. Samuel Hertz. Okay. Julie Rice. Hello, Ms. Rice. If you'll give your name and county of residence, please.
Certainly. Let me get to my notes. Technology's great unless you don't have enough fingers.
Unless it doesn't work.
I'm Julie Rice. I'm a resident of Knox County. I'm a trained attorney. I actually practice immigration law. I also am a Christian. I attend First Baptist Knoxville right there. I'm not a creaster showing up on Christmas and Easter. I actually attend. I'm heavily involved. I pray daily. I search Scripture. This has concerned me when I heard the announcement. First of all, why are we talking about Christian principles in government meetings? It is, based on my training, I do not believe that we were founded as a Christian nation, and I believe other people can disagree with that, but that's okay. That's what this country was founded upon. If we look at the founding fathers and go back, and unfortunately for y'all, I was a history major too, there were lots of deists. There were Congregationalists, there were Presbyterians, there were Quakers, there were all sorts. They were in agreement about two things. There should be no establishment of religion, as we have in our Establishment Clause, and that we should have freedom of religion. That's freedom of and freedom from. When we take religion and look at it historically, they came here because they were being persecuted. When they got here, they set up their own persecutions. We got Rhode Island because the man was being persecuted by the Quakers and told to leave. So Roger Williams left and founded Rhode Island. The Catholics were in, I believe, Maryland, and they came there to escape persecution from the Church of England. They got there, they decreased in numbers, they passed laws that took their votes. Religion and politics or government do not mix. That is not to say that you should not have a conscience, that you should not have ethics and morals. But I disagree wholeheartedly with my reading of Scripture with what Mr. Fox has said. That's not who my God is. But Jesus told us his kingdom is not of this world. His kingdom is elsewhere. And he did say to take care of the others. I know my time is getting short. I would like to give you my office number, 865-405-9247. I am happy to talk to you about immigration because the majority of Americans have absolutely no clue. I agree with Mr. Jackson that the way we are acting is abominable, and they have rights. Immigration is a civil matter, not a criminal matter. We don't need our police involved. They're short-staffed as they are. And ICE does not reimburse the county for the full amount of their incarceration. So why should we throw good money after bad? I can't get, and I know I'm over. I had my assistant in a hit and run and we could not get someone to come out. I've had burglaries of my house, or robbery, I guess it's technically. I cannot get someone to come to my house. If it doesn't involve death and injury, an accident on our interstates or our local highways that the police are supposed to patrol, do not get police coming. So why should we invite an organization in that's armed to the teeth and acting ultra vires, which means outside their governmental responsibilities, and take things away from patrolling our citizenry? Again, I encourage you, if you want facts, call me. I am open to talking to anyone, and I have a solution for DACA, Mr. Jackson, and I can't get any of our representatives to talk to me.
Thank you, Ms. Rice. Next speaker is Louise Fry. Louise Fry. Lisa Huff. Hello, Ms. Huff. If you'll give your name and county of residence, please.
My name is Lisa Huff. I live in Knox County, and I came also to speak to Mr. Fox. You know, I was going to talk about Romans 13 under a different context, but I didn't get to hear your speech. I'm actually glad that I didn't. But it's still relevant because basically what that chapter of the Bible talks about is the first 7 verses of that chapter talk about being good citizens and following the law. Well, I didn't have to go really any further than that because using Romans chapter 13, as some people do, to talk about how people are here illegally and therefore that's a sin because God wants us to follow the law and blah-de-da-de-da. Well, here's the law. The law is the Constitution of the United States, and it guarantees fundamental constitutional rights, including due process, equal protection, and freedom of speech and religion. They are protected, that is, immigrants, regardless of immigration status, are protected against unlawful searches, have rights if arrested, those of silence and counsel, and can access the courts. Again, rights apply to all persons within the country, including the undocumented. These rights are protected in the 15th and 14th Amendments and the 4th and the 1st. And so complying with the law, having an orderly and humane immigration process that allows these people to have their rights as visitors to our country, regardless of their status, is consistent not only with our law, but with biblical law, too.
Thank you, Ms. Huff. Macy Babb. Okay, Josh Kelly.
My name is Josh Kelly. I live in Knox County. We've been talking about Leviticus 19:34 tonight, paraphrased. You must love the resident foreigner who lives with you as you love yourself. I think we don't really need that verse because a few verses earlier, Leviticus said, love your neighbor as yourself. And if someone's living with you, they're your neighbor. I figured God included it because he knew we'd always look for ways to draw lines, to exclude, to say who's worthy and who isn't, to put others down so that we can feel more secure. I'm sad that we're here doing it again tonight, talking about who's my actual neighbor versus just lives near me. I saw a news story where Commissioner Fox said that the Bible is not a book of public policy, and I tend to agree. But we do find principles, and this principle of loving our neighbor, I don't know what to do about immigration. I think it's at least possible to say, I love you, my immigrant neighbor, as we enforce our borders and laws and as we hold people accountable. But I don't know how to say, I love you, my immigrant neighbor, as we shoot a praying pastor in the head with pepper bombs or pin a pregnant woman to the ground or tear gas infants and children in Halloween costumes, point guns in people's faces as they're leaving church, beat up citizens and veterans. I don't know how to say I love you, my immigrant neighbor, as we smash windows and break down doors and ram cars and defy hundreds of court orders and hold thousands of people and illegally according to our courts. I don't know how to say I love you as I love myself, as we call people, take men and women made in God's image and call them garbage and subhuman and vermin, call them alien invaders and say they're from shithole countries and from hell. I don't know how to say I love you, my immigrant neighbors. We lie and lie and lie about them and post memes celebrating their suffering and fantasize about deporting 100 million people. I don't know how we can say I love you as we take the worst of what some of them do and splash it on screen or on social media and use that to justify the worst of what we do in response. I tried sharing my concerns with a dear brother in Christ, and he said, they're committing atrocities, and so we commit atrocities in response. And he seemed to think that was justified, but we don't have to do evil. It's not disobeying the law to say Knox County doesn't have to help. We don't have to do 287G. We can let our sheriff's department just serve our own people instead of contributing to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joshua Beckett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Dr. Joshua Beckett. I'm a resident of Knox County in District 5 in Concord Bluegrass. I'm also rising in response to Commissioner Fox's presentation, which quite candidly, Madam Chair, there was such a flock of red herrings, I don't quite know how to sort through them all. I simply think it's astonishing and it's saddening that a commissioner for the county would take up half an hour of valuable public time to try see if he can find various straw man arguments that I totally agree with Commissioner Jackson misrepresent his own opponents, including Christians like myself who have a different perspective. I would candidly and graciously offer a fraternal admonition not to be careful not to bear false witness against your neighbor, and that includes other Christians. The reality is, obedience to the law is a biblical principle, as is hospitality to the stranger, as is forgiveness as justice. And these are complicated ethical questions. What's more, the law is not some monolithic Platonic ideal that just exists in the sky. It's a series of thousands of codes that has been interpreted with a wide and wild diversity of perspectives, depending on whether we're looking at immigration judges or federal courts or state courts. And so to reify the law as this like thing that just, no matter what, we have to, automatically and uncritically obey it, or to speak against that, we'd be a scofflaw. Quite frankly, Madam Chair, I think that that perspective, in addition to not representing what immigration advocates believe, that would actually rule out the Revolutionary War from England. In the end, all of these attempts to try to take the Levitical commands to love your neighbor as yourself, the Good Samaritan parable of Jesus, the sheep and the goats, which certainly does apply because many of the undocumented immigrants in our country are Christians, and some of them are fleeing persecution. To try to take them and mean something other than, yes, we have to love our neighbor as ourselves, it will not stand. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Gail Armstrong. Gail Armstrong. Okay. Julie Gritteau. Gritteau. I need to call her back in case. Okay. Beth Braden. Chris Treadwell.
Thank you. Chris Treadwell, Knox County. Thank you, commissioners, for allowing civil discourse
and for not allowing these meetings to degrade into a circus of heckling. Juarez, the Mexican border city right across from El Paso, Texas, has some of the highest rates of killings of women and girls. Brutal cartels run northern Mexico, and their main business is drug trafficking like fentanyl and people, including child sex slaves. There were over 300,000 unaccompanied minors who entered into our nation during this lawless, open border policy of Biden. On top of that, there were little to no DNA tests done on adults illegally crossing with children. The cartels would write on the arms of these children where they should be delivered, some going to storage units, some going to crime-ridden, dilapidated motels, and some going to strip clubs. Because of these Democrat open border policies, we now have become the #1 country in the world for sexually trafficking children. Something has to be done to correct this injustice. Tens of millions of criminals have been let into our nation with no background checks. Many of them have violent criminal records. We need to know who these people are. We cannot have murderers and rapists walking around in our neighborhood and wait for them to kill and rape again before we arrest them. It is sad to see so many ill-informed Americans believe the narrative that illegal immigration is just poor, hardworking, innocent people who want a better life. These privileged people have never left the safety of our nation of law and order. They do not understand how violent the third world is. In their ignorance, they are being manipulated to want to destroy the very institutions that are keeping our communities safe. The most wanted illegal immigrants in this nation are child sex traffickers. When LA erupted in riots against ICE, these officers were looking for child sex abusers, wife beaters, murderers, drug traffickers. In Minneapolis, ICE arrested child rapists, murderers, drug traffickers, and cartel members. When you tell Christians to love your neighbors, are you asking us to let these 55,000 violent criminals and pedophiles ICE arrested to go free? When you say abolish ICE, are you saying you want nobody to look for these missing children? That you want to just forget about these boys and girls who are being continually raped as sex slaves? What about them? Are we just going to let that go? Are we going to abolish ICE? And we are the most generous country in the world. We let in millions. We are the #1 country in the world that lets in immigrants. We have 53 million foreigners in this country, more than the top five countries combined. All we ask is we need to know who you are. We need a background check. And there are tens of millions who were let in without a background check. We deserve to know who they are so our citizens are not put at risk. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Aaron Keegan.
I'm a lot shorter than the former speaker. Erin Keegan, resident of Knox County, and I've come here today to ask that the County Commission get back to its job of governing. The oath of office sworn by each commissioner requires the commissioners to, quote, solemnly swear to support the Tennessee and U.S. constitutions and to uphold the law, end quote. It's not the job of the commission to browbeat constituents with religious dogma. Though it is not specifically relevant to what I've come here to share today, I am a Christian who studied and taught the Bible for many years. The Bible speaks of love. To place division on a pedestal and state that one opinion of predominantly white Christian nationalism should reign as the basis of governments in this country is not love. Forcing one's religion upon another person is not love. My personal motivation to stand upon my rights, to engage in my civil activities, is God's love for me, and He asks that I love my neighbors. That drives me to stand in the rain and cold, to assist my fellow humans, to speak here, asking our governing bodies to govern, to abide by the Constitution and the tenets of our country and county. Each individual has their own personal motivation to do that as well. This is the message. Yes, I did hear that Commissioner Fox stated that he can have an opinion, just as those who have spoken at this lectern. However, we're limited to 3 minutes, and no reactions are allowed from the gallery. That is an unfair playing field to the many minutes, perhaps hours, that Mr. Fox has been afforded already to state his opinion on this subject. We are the constituents asking to be heard, and the commission is tasked as an elected body to act in alignment with the voice of those constituents framed by the Constitution and law. The laws of this country were built upon moral principles, based upon common decency and humanity. That is what needs to be the focus of our government. Its representatives and residents, the Constitution, laws, regulations, and the needs of each individual and of society as a whole. When the laws and regulations are framed with moral decency, then we can move forward. Then we can embody the respect of each human. Respect for one another will guide the practical day-to-day living which we must have to share this space called Earth. One example of getting back to governing in regard to what has been phrased ice out of schools, what should be discussed and considered by the commission, just to mention a few, input from the Knox Board of Education, effects of on the county school system, current regulations, civil and criminal rules of law, effects on the budget, effects on the physical and mental health of our constituents, and the impact of the county. I would ask, and I'm pretty sure I'm not alone, that this council and all of our representatives throughout government get back to listening to constituents and to governing. Leave the discussion of the translation of foreigner to the church boardroom or honest conversation among friends over pizza, and get back to governing. Please and thank you.
Jax Fox. Jax Fox. Lorraine Whitson.
Hello, my name's Lorraine Whitson. I live in Knox County. I'm going to read my statement so I don't miss any points that I want to make. Let's see. I am the daughter of immigrants, and I am a Christian. As a Christian, I believe we answer to a high call of stewardship living in a democracy. As a Christian, we are to obey all laws that do not violate Scripture. All laws serve to protect its citizens and our government. We believe in being kind to the foreigner who lives here legally. As Christians, we believe in protecting the innocent and holding the guilty accountable. Please consider who is harmed when we do not enforce our immigration laws. Victims like Laken Riley, Jocelyn Nongarai, and Rachel Morin, to name a few. Tenants of the apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado, that was overtaken by gang members. People in poor neighborhoods where crime increased. Women and children who were brought here to be sex slaves. Men and women who are forever in debt to gang members for their passage. Taxpayers who are burdened with inflation from all the extra spending on benefits to illegal immigrants. The political landscape that undermines a fair democracy. Families who lost loved ones to fentanyl while foreign countries profited from the drugs that they brought into our country. Some years ago, I'm a native New Yorker, New York City decided to ignore vagrancy laws and allowed the homeless to encamp in Central Park. Seemed kind. It also hosted some very undesirable activities and became too dangerous and unhealthy for the general public to enjoy safely. The innocent were harmed. The city learned that the park could not serve both as a beautiful place that could serve the general public and a homeless encampment simultaneously. They had to reverse their current policy, enforce the vagrancy laws, and clean up the park. The laws that they thought were inconsequential proved to be very significant for the safety of the citizens that city officials swore to protect. Unfortunately, there had to be victims first. There is always a cost to breaking all laws, since they were implemented to protect the people. Commissioner Jackson, our country over a century ago figured out the middle ground. It's called legal immigration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Autumn Baines. Autumn Baines.
Hi, my name is Autumn, and I'm a constituent from Knox County. I'm here in support of Andy Fox's presentation. Thank you. Let me offer a simple thought experiment. If I have one apple and my son hasn't eaten today and another child I don't know is also hungry, who do I give the apple to? If I give it away while my own child goes hungry, most of us wouldn't call that loving or heroic. But if I give it to my son, does that mean I don't care about the other child? Both matter, both have needs, and both have human dignity. But only one is my direct responsibility, and only one can I fully provide for given my current capacity. Scripture commands us to love our neighbor, that's true. It also says that anyone who doesn't provide for their own household has denied the faith. That isn't selfishness, it's stewardship. Compassion starts close and extends outward as capacity allows. A nation functions in some ways like a very large household. It has finite resources, tax revenue, housing supply, hospital beds, law enforcement, infrastructure, and social services. Its primary responsibility is the people already entrusted to its care, its citizens and lawful residents. Over the past few years, hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants have been released into communities across the country while their cases proceed. Regardless of politics, that represents a significant increase in demand on public systems. When housing supply is tight and demand rises quickly, rents increase. When emergency rooms are stretched, wait times grow. When social services are limited, caseloads expand. I have personally experienced this as a social worker, carrying up to 60 cases at a time. Can I give the same care, love, and attention to abused and neglected children at 60 cases versus when my caseload is more manageable? When systems overload, it's usually the poorest citizens, legal immigrants, and working class families who feel it the most through higher housing costs, fewer jobs, reduced services, and weakened public safety. Back to the apple. I have options. I can grow more apples. I can split the apple. I can provide information about where there are apples to spare. But what I can't do is pretend that generosity automatically multiplies apples. A government that expands commitments beyond its capacity risks failing both its own citizens and those it hopes to help. Boundaries are not hatred. Compassion without coordination isn't love. As commissioners, you are elected to safeguard the stability of the systems entrusted to you. When considering policies, budgets, or resolutions related to illegal immigration, including cooperation with federal enforcement, I ask that you evaluate not just intentions, but outcomes. Ask yourselves, who is our primary responsibility to protect? Are we strengthening or straining the systems our most vulnerable residents depend on? Does our desire to help reflect wise planning or hopeful assumption? Who is relying on receiving an apple and could go without depending on your decisions here? A nation, like a family, must match its commitments to its capacity. If we ignore that reality, the harm falls on those already at the table. Commissioner Jackson, the argument is not whether we should love our neighbor or not. It's how. How do we love our neighbor? Do you think you're maybe misunderstanding the other side as well? I agree that we should reach across the aisle and work together on this issue. It is not loving, it is not kind, it's not loving the least of these to allow rampant legal immigration. There are people right outside here that are hungry and don't have shelter. Why should we prioritize illegal immigrants over those people?
Ms. Baines, I'm sorry.
That's the argument. I genuinely love to hear the answer to that question. Thanks for your time.
The next speaker is Alex, and all I have is the last initials, M. And Alex, if you will please give your full name and your county of residence, please.
Alex Moody, District 9, Knox County. Hello. I'm here in favor of Commissioner Fox's resolution tonight. Thank you, Commissioner Fox. We appreciate you fighting the good fight.
You can raise up the podium.
You didn't make these for tall people, unfortunately.
The podium actually raises up right.
Does it? Well, I can bend over a little bit.
There we go.
Anyways, I'm not going to give you a hot take on theology or history tonight. I want to talk about the future. And I want to talk about the future of what's coming next for immigration. So I have a unique perspective on this you haven't heard before, perhaps, but it's a perspective I think will define the coming decades on the policy of immigration. And it's summed up by one word, and that word is remigration. Remigration is the future of immigration. Mass deportations is the policy of today, but the policy of tomorrow is remigration. And what that means is more than just mass deportations of illegal aliens. That's a given. It also means sending back all of the legal immigrants who are here as well. It means reversing the effects of mass migration completely and sending all the foreigners back to the countries that they came from. And perhaps this is a concept you haven't heard of.
No.
The audience is shocked, but this is already wildly popular overseas. For instance, in Germany, Alternative for Deutschland, AfD, has now put remigration as a pillar of their party platform. And they are also now the second largest party in the German Bundestag. That's their German parliament. Also, just recently in the UK, Restore Britain just announced itself as a political party 2 weeks ago, and they've already accrued so many dues-paying members, they are now rivaling the largest parties in the UK. They've had explosive growth, explosive popularity, and the reason why is their leader, Rupert Lowe, has promised to deport every single illegal alien. But not just that, to send back millions of foreigners who are not compatible with British society. That is remigration, and it's wildly popular. And finally, I'll close with the example of Japan. This month, they had an election, and the Japanese Prime Minister Takaichi and her LDP party won a landslide victory. They now have a supermajority in the House of Representatives. And the reason why is she and her party have rejected the Western policy of mass migration. They have actually pledged to reduce immigration and to put additional restrictions on foreigners. And that has made her so popular that she's now at a 90% approval rating with young Japanese under the age of 30. So as you can see, the future is remigration. It's already mainstream overseas, and soon it will be ascendant politically here in America. A savvy politician would steer with the wind and not against it. Thank you for your time.
Clyde Sicard. Emily Randalls.
Hello, good evening. I'm Emily Randalls. I live in Knox County. I'm a Christ follower and an activist, and I could easily stand up here and share all kinds of facts and statistics about why immigrants are important, but I just want to share my story and transformation. I grew up in Powell in an environment where everyone looked like me at school, at church, in my neighborhood, and while this isn't necessarily a bad thing, it led to a very narrow-minded worldview. I believed things about myself that simply were not true, such as, well, I can't be racist because I have 2 black friends. I was a Christian all these years, but I never questioned these narrow-minded beliefs that I had. And as for immigrants, I was just happily living in my Christian schoolgirl bubble. I was fine. Then when I went to college, everything changed. Maryville College, go Scots, is a predominantly white institution, but it contained enough diversity that I began to rub shoulders with people who didn't look like me. With the Lord's help, I took a good, hard look at myself and the things that I was thinking and believing. I came to see that my racist views were actually not biblical and were actually harming my friendships with people of color. By making friends with international students and joining local organizations, I also began to see how broken our country's immigration system is. I gained a new perspective of our immigrant neighbors, not in spite of my Christian faith, but because of it. Welcoming the stranger and standing up against unjust laws and practices are actually biblical things to do. So I hope that this overview of my story will encourage you that it's never too late to change your mind. According to a study by the Cato Institute from earlier this month, and I quote, immigrants contribution to the economy is disproportionate to their share of the population, meaning that losing them would shrink the economy even more than losing a random group of Americans, end quote. We have the ability to help people groups who have the odds stacked against them. So will we use our influence to serve others, as Jesus did, or to make things even more complicated and more difficult for them? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Isaac Goodson. Isaac Goodson.
Isaac Goodson, Knox County, District 7. While the commissioner has clearly researched supporting evidence to his claims, I must disagree with the conclusion. Not that there are laws for immigration, but how we enforce and implement those laws. And invoking the Christian tradition of the prophets and martyrs holding power to account, regardless of legal standing, I present this rebuttal. First, it is unclear from the text that the Old Testament laws are meant to apply either in civic or in religious form for the Christian as they are meant to in the original audience. In the text, there has only ever been one nation that has been called the Assembly of God, and that is to the Jews, not to the Americans. There is plenty of evidence to suggest that under the new covenant, the spirit of the law is more important than the letter of the law. I desire mercy, not sacrifice, as one example. And there is no indication that the differences between Jews and Gentiles stand up in the new covenant, per Galatians, the example of St. Stephen in Acts, and that time Paul told off Peter to his face. Second, is the order of operation, not only in the context of Scripture, but in the context of the Constitution and our current moment. The greatest commandments on which our faith is based are, in brief, love God and love your neighbor, the latter qualified, as has been mentioned, by the latter, by traditional enemies displaying compassion, which is reinforced in Christ's command to love your enemies. Additionally, the first aspect of mankind is not his fallenness, but being made in the image of God. And this is the basis by which we say in our sacred text that all men are created equal with unalienable rights. The significant influence that the founders took from this and their own encounter with arbitrary tyranny was to codify these principles, aiming for equality before the law, one being due process for all persons, not just citizens, which has been repeatedly ignored by our current practices. In closing, while there are laws, they are subject to the Constitution. And while there are verses that seem to support the claims made, they are subject to greater principles as well. In short, the execution of these laws cannot look like it has for the last 15 years. That is true. I agree that there is a need for order and accountability, but not such at any cost. These means are not justified by the ends, and I question the heart of both based on what we have seen over the last 16 months. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Alfredo Garcia. Alfredo Garcia. Okay. Alan Hasemeyer. Pass. Okay. Alan Ramsey. Oh. Thank you. I couldn't see.
My name is Alan Ramsey. I'm a resident of Knox County, and I'm responding to the presentation on a Christian's biblical view of illegal immigration with another Christian's biblical view of illegal immigration. In the commission meeting on January 29th, the question was raised, when God said, "Be kind to the stranger," did God create restrictions on who could be within and part of the nation? And tonight we heard about actual neighbors. These reminded me of another question, one we heard tonight from Luke chapter 10. Jesus agrees with the man who sums up the law as, "You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your strength, and with all your mind, and your neighbor as yourself." Elsewhere, Jesus says that on these two commandments hang all the law and the prophets, including those commandments in Deuteronomy regarding treatment of strangers and foreigners. In response, the man wants to vindicate himself and asks, "And who is my neighbor?" In essence, who don't I have to love or treat as a neighbor? Who deserves less respect and dignity? Didn't God create restrictions? Jesus answers the man's question with a story about a Samaritan and a man in desperate need. We are not given the victim's identity, legal or not, just the identities of two people who seem like they should help but don't, and the identity of someone who defies expectations to love his neighbor regardless of identity. In its time, the Samaritan being the hero was as shocking as if I answered the question, "Who is a true American?" by telling the story of an undocumented immigrant. Jesus concludes the story with his own question. Which of these do you think was a neighbor to the man who fell into the hands of the robbers? Yes, in the Old Testament, God established an identity for his people. Yes, there were foreigners and strangers, and there were citizens. There were boundaries, and God established a distinct nation. A distinct nation named after Israel, a man also known as Jacob, the grandson of Abraham, called by God to immigrate to a land not his own. In the law, God repeatedly reminds Israel to treat the strangers well, reminding them that they were once mistreated immigrants in the land of Egypt. The prophets repeatedly condemn Israel for mistreating the foreigners among them, breaking God's law. Fast forward, and Jesus himself was once an immigrant refugee, fleeing as an infant with his parents to escape a violent authoritarian ruler. And then, in the New Testament, a new command is given: love. In Romans 13:10, mere verses after the instruction to be subject to the governing authorities, Paul says, "Love does no wrong to a neighbor. Therefore, love is the fulfilling of the law." Jesus says, if you love only those who love you, what credit is that to you? So in a biblical view of the legality of anything, when faced with a tension between obeying the law of a government and the law of Jesus, the law of love, we must choose. I, for one, choose to join Peter and the apostles in Acts 5. We must obey God rather than human authority. The question is not, to whom do I have to be a neighbor? Who is my actual neighbor? But much more simply, who will we love, dignify, respect, and be a neighbor to? Thank you.
Thank you. Patty King.
Patty King, Knox County resident. Thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to express my concerns as a resident of Knox County and as an American citizen. This nation was founded with biblical principles. We are one nation under God. The government was established to protect citizens' rights. When we disrespect the laws designed to protect citizens, we have seriously departed from the founding fathers. Rather than focus on the challenges nationally, I will comment on the impact of unbiblical immigration in Knoxville, Tennessee. It has impacted every facet of life, including education, job force, housing, healthcare, and safety. Let's start with education. Currently, there are 128 languages spoken in Knox County. Of those languages, over 60 are spoken in our school system. Rather than invest in educators, we have needed to invest in translators. Has anyone considered the impact of taking one lesson and translating that to students in even 4 languages during one class period? The year-end results tell the grim reality of this. Last year, 28% of our middle school students tested at or above level in reading, while 27% of the students tested at or above grade level in math. That means only a fourth of our students will have a foundation with which to build when they enter junior high and high school. 3/4 of our students are not at grade level in either reading or math. That's a travesty. In almost every geographic area of Knoxville, we have overcrowded schools. Portable units are used from the city of Farragut from our city to Farragut. There is need for additional schools that will not be completed for another 2 years. For adults, there is stiff competition for jobs where oftentimes illegal immigrants are chosen over citizens. The services provided for fast food and grocery deliveries rely on a workforce where English is not their language. The increase in fatal car accidents in 2024 was 14%, and that follows a 35% increase from 22 to 23. The fatalities are from a variety of reasons. I'm not suggesting it's all from one source. The burden on health care from the influx of non-citizens was impacted every aspect of health care. The wait to see a doctor or care at ERs has increased throughout Knox County every year. Crimes committed in Knox County by non-citizens in 2024 total 242 and include violent assaults and murder. In conclusion, safety, healthcare services, education, and jobs are impacted negatively when we veer from founding principles of government. Thank you for your time.
You. Next speaker is Lindsay Barrows. Lindsay Barrows.
Oh, she's coming. Yep.
Hi, my name's Lindsay Barrows, and I'm a resident of Knox County. Like most of the people here, I'm here to speak on the presentation that was given tonight. Specifically, first, though, I do want to talk about words and how we use them. Terms like misinformation and alternative facts we've grown to accept. We really know what they are, but we stopped calling them lies. And that's allowed us to normalize something that feels different in America now. And we no longer need to normalize lies. Now, I don't think that you were necessarily the first person to lie about a Christian nation. Somebody probably told you that. But now that you know, I'll go ahead and read off a few things that our founders said about religion in the Constitution. James Madison said, "Strongly guarded as is the separation between religion and government in the Constitution of the United States. The religion then of every man must be left to the conviction and the conscience of every man." Thomas Jefferson said the legitimate powers of government reach actions only and not opinions. No man shall be compelled to frequent or support any religious worship, place, or ministry whatsoever. George Washington said the government of the United States gives to bigotry no sanction and to persecution no assistance. And John Adams said the government of the United States is not, in any sense, founded on the Christian religion. Those are direct quotes from our founding fathers. You can cherry pick what you want out of the Constitution, but to read the most important direct quote about religion, the First Amendment says Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. Now, specifically, I'm not here to talk about religion because what you're really talking about is acceptance of the immigration policy that we have today. I will not accept condoned cruelty from my government, and I will not accept a government that does not allow us to exercise our freedoms and to respect our freedoms. Now, I invite you now that you know that it is a lie that we are founded on a Christian nation, and because you have already decided that it would be appropriate to speak on this again next meeting, to speak with not a biblical view of immigration, you could speak on the Buddhist view of immigration. You could speak on a Jewish view. You could speak on any type of religion view that you want. But you need to understand, it is not only a Christian nation of citizens that are in this country. And we will no longer allow words to be misused for manipulation to allow our government to condone cruelty in our everyday actions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Tom Ruggles.
Tom Ruggles. I live in Knox County, District 1. Listening to a lot of people's talks today about the reasons that we need to be more stringent on our illegal immigration enforcement, I'm hearing things like healthcare, jobs, schools, housing, even apples. The question about all of this is, why are immigrants to blame for what seems to be all of our problems? Why is it that we've attributed every issue we're having to illegal immigration? You know, it makes me think of our history here and how we've often went to scapegoat minority communities and blame them for our problems. Have we not done the same thing to the Black community throughout our history as a nation? But the question is why? Who are the people that are passing down these lies that we're being told about the immigrant community, and who is really stealing our resources and who is not providing us with the services we need? Could it be that our folks in government, largely millionaires, billionaires, people controlling all of the money, might be wanting to keep that for themselves? And the best way for them to do it is to convince us that someone without any power is coming to take it away from us. The money that we don't have, that a bunch of rich people, Donald Trump, billionaire, Nancy Pelosi, dozens of millions of dollars, all of these people in the Congress, they come out and tell us that immigrants are causing problems in our communities when really they're the ones manipulating the stock market, they're the ones making tax breaks for themselves, they're the ones increasing their own salaries, they're the ones who have made us the only country in the first world that does not have free health care. They are the ones taking away our tax dollars from our schools. They are the ones who have refused to provide affordable housing. I think back to all the times that I've come before both the county commission and the city of Knoxville commissioners to talk about affordable housing and how the city of Knoxville, with $500 million, only puts $10 million of that towards affordable housing. What it comes down to is a misproprietization of our shared resources, and the lack of that comes and causes us pain. We don't have health care, we don't have good jobs, we don't have adequate resources for our schools. That's not because immigrants are coming to take it away from us, it's because we are not being able to control the resources that are our own, and so we need to look to take what is ours, our shared wealth, our shared work. Thank you.
Thank you. Dana Hofseth. Dana Hofseth.
Dana Hofseth, Knox County. Believing that we should ignore immigration law or that illegal aliens should receive the same or more benefits than our citizens is based on a faulty foundation. I see the signs, I hear the loud voices using Scripture to justify these thoughts, but these reflect neither understanding of Scripture nor regarding for the law. Saying that there is many interpretations of passages, there are people in the audience, completely discounts the teaching, clear teaching of Scripture on so many issues. It's clear that God is a God of order and has established nations and boundaries. That's a fact. We see borders in the Old and New Testaments. It's not unjust from a biblical perspective to establish and enforce those borders. Charity must be shown to foreigners and sojourners, absolutely. But it is not an unqualified charity, not in the Bible and not in real life today. The call of Jesus to love our neighbor as ourselves, the second greatest commandment, is the most often used passage to support deporting no one in this whole effort. Please recognize that the command is a call to the individual and not to the government. It is exactly the same as the first and greatest commandment, to love God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your strength. We often pass over that first and greatest commandment. These two great commands are for the individual, for us to love God first and then to love our neighbor. This doesn't negate the government's responsibility to maintain our borders and provide for the protection of our citizens. Providing for legal immigration for millions doesn't establish a right for people to come illegally, to stay indefinitely on expired visas, or require us to receive all supposed asylum seekers. As for those who are here illegally and then commit crimes, seriously? We have to ask ourselves, are not our own citizens our neighbors? Legal residents choose to come according to our laws. They choose to assimilate, to become part of us, a very diverse us, to be sure. Incorporation and assimilation is the foundation of legal immigration, and it flows from Scripture. We see this in Galatians, speaking of the body of Christ, which is very inclusive. In Christ, there is neither Jew nor Greek, neither slave nor free, neither male nor female, for you are all one in Christ Jesus. And if you are Christ's, then you are heirs according to the promise. As in Christ, so our nation. There are appropriate and specific conditions to inclusion. But once included, there needs to be assimilation, a new loyalty, a deep appreciation for the culture they are entering, and evaluating our Constitution and laws. If they are here illegally, they have faulted on this most important fundamental issue. It's not loving to allow competing set of laws and loyalties. Neither Scripture nor our Constitution requires that. It's amazing that when Obama did immigration enforcement, there was no resistance, no complaints, no outrage. ICE were heroes. Interesting, isn't it? Thank you.
Thank you. Becky Hofseth. Becky?
Greetings, commissioners and assembly. My name is Becky Hofseth. I'm from Knox County. Last month, one of the commissioners questioned whether the topic, a Christian's biblical view of illegal immigration, had relevance to county business. And if you look around, it obviously does. It is germane. We are all concerned about it. And actually, I think coming off of 2.5 months of what we saw in Minneapolis leaves us rightfully bewildered as we saw our ICE officers duly charged with deportation of illegal immigrants, daily threatened, opposed, obstructed, assaulted, and by their own fellow citizens. Selective, irrational outrage was on full display. Law enforcers were painted as bad. Victimized Americans as irrelevant, and the rights of illegal immigrants paramount. Most disturbingly, disdain for the law was sanctioned by a Minnesota governor, mayor, DA, and city council. Accordingly, Knox County residents have every reason to wonder, what if that kind of lawlessness comes to our county? Where do our leaders stand if and when chaos comes knocking at our door? And most importantly, what are our leaders going to stand on to inform their decisions? Throughout history and for all generations to come, a nation, a county, a city has no firmer foundation than the Word of God. There is no better guidebook and no more certain plumb line. America's founding fathers knew full well that biblical truth was essential for sustaining liberty and justice. George Washington declared, "It is impossible to rightly govern the world without God in the Bible." John Adams described the Bible as containing the most perfect morality. So today's flashpoint is illegal immigration. Down the road, we will be grappling as a county if we are going to continue to allow sexually explicit, gender-confusing, child-targeted books in our public libraries, or whether nonprofit organizations promoting the Pride agenda will continue to be funded. So hot-button topics aren't going away. Thankfully, our good God, the creator of the universe, has not left us on our own. The one who said, "My ways are not your ways, and my thoughts are not your thoughts." He has revealed his ways and thoughts in the words of Holy Scripture. And those words have real-world implications and application for every individual, for every circumstance, and every law and policy. Blessed is the nation and county that heeds them. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. I hate to take that now. Rather finish it up. Maurizio Conte.
My name is Maurizio Conti. I'm resident in Knox County. I am an immigrant, and I'm also a naturalized U.S. citizen. And for me, it is very painful to see all this irrational, cruel attacks on immigrants and immigration. As you can see, not only in general in the country, but in this state, where in Nashville we introduced bills to create citizens of Class A and Class B, like the citizens like me would be Class B, unable to run for office. Bills that are forcing the schools to become institution of immigration enforcement. It's painful for me as an American now to hear that Alternative für Deutschland, the neo-Nazi party, is used as an example of immigration policy in this country after 1945 when we defeated Nazi fascism in Europe. So it is very painful. There are many reasons why we should have immigration in this country. First of all, it's exceptionally good for our economy. But I want to use my last minute not to talk about this, but talk about Knox County and what we can do or you're doing for relative to the 287G and the cooperation of Knox County with ICE. I'd like to know, I'd like you to know, how the Knox County offices and the Knox County Sheriff is cooperating with ICE. I'd like to know if they participate in arrest and transportation. I'd like to know if they share information with ICE. Share information about illegal immigrants, about legal immigrants, about US citizens. Are we sharing with ICE information about citizens like me? And what information? Are we sharing name, addresses, license plates, photo, property tax information, voter record affiliation? Is information being shared with ICE? And all these things. I assume that you know what's going on. If you don't, you should inquire and find out what's going on. As an American, I ask this. Thank you.
Thank you. Harry Anton. Sherry Garrett.
But it's a different topic.
My name is Kari Anton. I'm a resident of Knox County. I'm not exactly sure whose district I'm in. I'm a historian. I'm a Sunday school teacher. I'm also the current genealogy specialist for my congregation. And I'm here to respond to Mr. Fox's statements. Excuse me, I have bad allergies. I assume that all of you did swear to uphold the Constitution, not only of the United States, but also to the state of Tennessee. And Mr. Fox's presentation statement flies in the face of both those constitutions. In the matter of our state's constitution, it flies in the face of Article 1, specifically Sections 3 and 4. And in the interest of my time, I won't repeat those to you. There was a specific president who's known as kind of the founder of modern conservatism. In his last speech to the nation on January 19th, 1989, he said, "Thanks to each wave of new arrivals, this land of opportunity, we are a nation forever young, forever bursting with energy and new ideas, always on the cutting edge, always leading the world to a new frontier. This quality is vital to our future as a nation. If we ever closed the door to new Americans, our leadership to the world would soon be lost." That's Ronald Reagan, in case anybody doesn't know their dates. In 1982, the SCOTUS case, Supreme Court case, Plyer versus Doe, they decided that a child's immigration status cannot be considered in their enrollment in any public school in the United States. The first immigration laws were not passed until the late 19th century. Basically, before then, if you showed up on our shores and you stayed here for 5 years or more, you were considered a United States citizen. So if you don't know your genealogy and you got here, your family got here before the late 19th century, congratulations, you were just considered a citizen. And Mr. Fox, if you don't know your own genealogy, I looked up your last name. Fox is common in mostly Ireland, some in England. Irish discrimination has a rampant and long history. This poster, this lovely, lovely illustration is from Puck magazine in 1889. It is called "The Mortar of Assimilation and the One Element That Won't Mix." I will give you a guess as to that one element that won't mix. These are the Irish, the ones that won't blend. Up through World War I, signs posted outside many businesses said, "Irish need not apply." I'll leave that right there. Irish discrimination, as I said, went up through World War I. The slogan, "America for Americans,"
Ms. Anton.
also used up through World War I. And I can tell you, it was also used by Lindbergh's America First Party and the American Nazi Party. The re-immigration
Thank you. I'm
pirated
sorry,
by
your
somebody
time.
is another way of telling somebody you're a Nazi without wearing jackboots. So please,
Thank you.
let's not give them another platform. Thank you.
Next speaker, Sherry Garrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Sherry Garrett, and I live in Knox County. I stand before you today in strong support of Commissioner Fox's presentation, A Christian's Biblical View of Illegal Immigration. As a believer grounded in Scripture, I believe our policies must reflect God's Word, honoring both justice and compassion. The Bible affirms the God-ordained role of government is to maintain order and punish wrongdoing. Romans 13, 1 through 7 teaches that authorities are established by God as His servants for our good, bearing the sword against evil. Illegal immigration violates established laws meant to protect our communities, resources, and sovereignty. God divided the nations and set their boundaries, showing that borders serve His purpose for human flourishing. Yet Scripture also calls us to love the stranger in Leviticus 19, 33 through 34. Compassion, however, never means endorsing lawlessness. True biblical mercy upholds justice, securing borders while offering humane legal pathways. Some may say immigration is solely federal, beyond your purview. But counties have real authority to act through ordinances that affect how illegal immigration impacts our community. You can pass measures on local resource allocation, law enforcement cooperation with federal agencies, use of county property, or priorities for public services, actions that indirectly shape outcomes without overstepping into direct federal regulation. Many counties nationwide have done so, whether limiting or supporting enforcement cooperation to protect residents and manage local burdens like strained budgets, public safety, and exploitation by cartels. As Christians and citizens, we can enforce laws firmly as Romans 13 requires, while extending grace through balanced, God-honoring policies. Supporting this presentation means urging you to use your legitimate authority for the good of our county, protecting order, showing mercy, and reflecting biblical values. Thank you.
Next speaker is Nathan Lord. Okay. Martin Amons.
Good evening. My name is Martin Ammons, and I live in Knox County's 9th District, so Andy Fox is my commissioner, and this is what I voted for. Just wanted to make a few statements. My speech tonight is a little bit of a hodgepodge, if you will. I just want to say that, first of all, people have argued, why are we worrying about what the Bible says about illegal immigration? Well, the reason why that is important is because the Bible, and only the Bible, is the inerrant, infallible Word of Almighty God. The Lord Jesus Christ is the Lord of all, even over those who don't yet recognize it. As far as illegal immigration is concerned, the Bible is filled with references to laws and to walls, and it commends both of those things. As another earlier speaker said, these things that have been mentioned tonight, many of these quotations from the Bible refer to the actions and the responsibilities of individuals. They don't apply to governments. Governments are supposed to maintain the laws. Romans chapter 13, which has been referenced numerous times, talks about how the government holds the power of the sword. So this idea that, well, we can't have ICE going around because they have guns. The law, the government, is authorized to use force to make sure that the laws are followed. Many of the people who have spoken here tonight have discussed various factors about immigration. One of the things we said, it's just bad that people are being separated. Well, I would suggest to you that if they didn't want to be separated, they should not have come to America illegally. They should have stayed in their country together and been united in their home country. There is no right to come to America and live here. You have to go through the legal immigration system. I don't have any problem with legal immigration. I do think it should be limited so that people assimilate into our culture rather than trying to change our culture and turn us into a third world country. I am one of those people who believes that Western culture is superior than some of the cultures from the other parts of the world.
No,
it has been proven by what has been seen in America versus what has been seen in many of these other countries. So I just want to say one final thing is that I am in full support of Commissioner Fox's presentation tonight, and I'm in full support of the Knox County Commission going to the top tier of the 287G program so that we can enforce the laws that are on the books. We should not be advocating for violating laws, and we shouldn't encourage our citizens to violate laws. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Yeah. I've got Kent Minalt. Okay, and Richard Huffman.
Richard Hoffman Warner, Knox County. So what I'll be discussing tonight is my support for the 287G program. I would like to state that the main reason that illegal immigrants come to this country is for their own economic benefit. If they wanted to be a full citizen, they would come here legally, as my family did after World War II. On that, legal immigrants do not pay federal taxes. They do not get issued individual tax identification numbers. Therefore, they pay no federal taxes. Tennessee does not have a state tax, but because you cannot file federal taxes, you can also not file state taxes. They rarely, if ever, pay certain types of property taxes and other taxes because they're not here legally, so they are not able to do that. On remittances, the United States of America accounts for 20 to 25% of all international remittances, according to the World Bank. Estimated 2024 is 108 to 225 billion. So when we have individuals who send their money overseas, it is not taxed if they are here illegally. Mexico, between 2021 and 2024, got $229.8 billion from the United States. What percentage of that was untaxed on the federal or state side? On that, there are 12.8 million legal permanent residents in the country. There's only 5.8 individual tax identification numbers. Seeing as a normal amount of illegal immigrants is put between 11 and somewhere to 30 to 40 million, they're not paying taxes. This is important to me because you, as my agents, as Knox County Commission, have taxing authority. I'm being told by some of you that you are allowing tens of thousands of people to be in this county to not pay the federal taxes and that subsidize the schools and all of our other infrastructure. We don't have a state tax. They're not paying certain forms of property tax or a high consumption tax because they're sending money overseas, yet they are using our services in schools on that. This is from the 2024 report card issued by the state of Tennessee concerning Knox County Public Schools. 11% of Knox County school children are classified as English learners, transitional 1 through 4, meaning they are not natural speakers, they are learning English. So they are most likely the children of illegal immigrants, although it is also possible, given that about 3 to 4% of the population are legal immigrants, that they could be those. I would like to know why these 6,620 students in 2024 get extra classes, extra privileges, and their parents don't pay any taxes. I would like to know these things because I pay taxes and everyone else pays taxes. You as my representatives are charged and enforced with looking after my interests first. This is a question of loyalty. If you are disloyal to your own people, they will remove you. They can always go back to their homelands, which are apparently awesome, but they're here to make more money. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to run through just really quick and make sure that nobody was out. I just want to call the names again. Samuel Hertz, Louise Fry, Macy Babb, Gail Armstrong. They said she wasn't here. Julie Gerteau, Beth Braden, Jax Fox, Clyde Sicard. Are you Clyde? Hi, come on down.
Clyde Seacard, Knox County resident. I had no idea what to expect tonight. I had a long, sloppy, extended couple of statements here about the foundation of our country being founded on, wow, repeat the word twice, you don't do that in speech, on biblical foundation, and it's already evident to be true because everyone here is back and forth about what scriptures instruct us to do. It might be a good idea to be forewarned that what St. Peter said, to not wrestle the scriptures to our own destruction. I would submit that when scripture says, be kind to the stranger in your midst, I would submit that the stranger that came here from the southern border is actually a trespasser. They're all broken the law. I want to ask everybody here, if they ever heard this one, no one is above the law. Nancy used to say this, no one is above the law, not even the president. That's all I heard 9 years ago, 8 years ago, 7 years ago, 6 years, 4 years after that. All I heard was zero with that respect to that statement. I heard it one time in the last 12 months. The man that sat in the office while that board was open did not do the individual crossing the border any favors, and didn't do any favors for us here. We're arguing back and forth about a problem that never should have happened. Now, I'm optimistic, though. I'm truly optimistic. Tom Honan said we're down to about 10 million people, and that's a positive thing. I've often wondered, this is going to sound really weird, but I don't care. I'm 70 years old. What do I care? There are 22 nations within our country right now, and there's one right here, the Cherokee Nation. They have borders for their where they live. I often wonder what would it be like if some of these folks would seek to cross into their nation. I wonder if they would accept them. If they would, that'd be great. That'd be great. If we could work out some kind of deal, that'd be fantastic. But last time I checked, no one is above the law, not even the immigrant, not even anybody crossing that border. You're not above the law. So I don't know. Let's just enforce the law. That's about it.
Thank you very much. Okay, Alfredo Garcia, Alan Hasemeyer, and Kent Minalt. All right, that ends public forum, commissioners. We are going to take a 15-minute break, and we will be back at 7:45-ish.
If I could make one last little statement here. You know, Ms. Baines made the comment for me to think of the other side, so I'm going to sit over here, and I'm happy to speak to anybody who wants to come up and speak with me.
All right. Commissioners, head back to the seats, please. We can start our business session. Madam Clerk.
Our next item is the approval of minutes of the previous meeting.
To have a motion. Got a motion by Commissioner Rawls, second by Commissioner Jackson. Any discussion? Seeing none, voting is open. Voting on approval of minutes. What's wrong? It's frozen. Okay.
We need some tech support. She's coming. There she goes.
Commissioner Fox. Anybody wish to change their vote? And voting is closed. That passed 11-0. Next item, please.
We have no drives and roads. Our next item is line item transfers, total amount of $709,615.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve? Got a motion by Commissioner Thompson and a second by Commissioner Durrett. Any discussion? Seeing none, voting is open. Does anybody wish to change their vote? And voting is closed. And that passed 11-0. Next item, please.
Next item, we have no budget amendments. We are on notary public applications. There were 233 applications received.
Thank you. Do I have a motion? Commissioner Durant, second by Commissioner Jackson. Any discussion? Seeing none, open voting. If you wish to change your vote, voting is closed. That passed 11-0. Next item, please.
We have no spread of record. Our next item, general government resolutions. And we have number 36, R262502, approving an agreement with Everett Point LP in the amount of $744,983.34 in U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development HUD Home Investment Partnership Program funds for the construction of 4 fixed units of multifamily rental housing to be known as Everett Point. No local match required.
Thank you. I've got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Hill and a second by Commissioner Durant. Any discussion? Commissioner Russell?
Yes, I do plan on voting no on this. I have a great deal of respect for the developer of this, but as I have said multiple times, I do not support putting the HUD housing out in the county where there is not adequate services for the people that need them, and I think that it's negative for both the people who this is meant for and also for the community. So, but with great respect, I will be voting no.
Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If Director Holton wouldn't mind to come down and I guess explain a little more about the project and the benefits of it, and what's the benefit to the county for this?
Jenny Holden, Knox County Grants and Community Development. Thank you, Commissioner. I would say the greatest benefit is being able to increase our housing stock overall. I think we're all pretty aware of the shortage that we have right now of rental housing, homebuyer housing, all of the housing. This is 150 units that will be going in a higher opportunity in West Knoxville. We have seen some really great results from some other projects in that area where folks are moving into subsidized housing and then within a year have to move on because they have gotten employment where their wages have gotten high enough that they don't qualify to live there anymore. This project includes 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom, 2-bedroom, so it's a lot of family housing in an area where we really need it. It's also in an area where it's appropriately zoned. You'll see some other multifamily housing there. It's not a place where I think that there's much pushback on this one.
When you mentioned that in other projects, oftentimes folks will get employment and then their income is high enough that they can no longer qualify to live here. What are some of the qualifications for the residents?
So it's income-based. What we talk about in my world is low to moderate income. So right now, to qualify as moderate income for HUD benefits, a family of 4, their income would be $79,000.
Okay.
That's the 80%.
But they do have an income.
Yes, many have incomes. Many are already working. They just, in some cases, folks are able to move into higher paying positions based on the location where they live.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know we've had this conversation multiple times in the past, but what are the repercussions, or what happens if we were to decline and vote no to this?
I think that's probably more of a question for the law director, honestly. We have had discussions in the past about fair housing and those kinds of things. You can't choose to put all of your HUD-assisted housing in a single area. That is an issue with fair housing. It would be very difficult for us to turn down a project just solely based on its location and no other reason.
What?
Commissioner Durant?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll yield to Commissioner Bowers because he can't request to speak, and then I'll speak after him.
What amount would you consider low income?
So right now, the HUD limit for low to moderate income, which is kind of what we talk about in my world, for a family of four would be 79,400, I think, but that 100 part I might have, it might be 79,900, but it's 79,000.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Holden, so you're giving 79,000 for a family of four. What would a single person's income range be to be able to live here?
Oh, Commissioner, I cannot quote that right off the top of my head for a family of one. I've got that family of four down real well, but I can send that to you.
Well, the only reason why I was asking was so I could compare it to what I was making as a Knox County Schools teacher with a master's degree, which was nowhere close to $79,000 as a single adult. Now, when my husband and I got married and moved back here and I was teaching here and he was running his own business, we were making about $60,000 for two people, and that is before we started our family. And that was, again, with a master's degree in education. So I am at a 2 to 3 step higher level of pay than just somebody coming out of high school, getting a certificate, wanting to be a teacher. And so that's why this type of housing is very important all over the county, because it is for people who are employed in doing the things that we need them to do, like teaching our children and building homes for anyone who is able to afford to build their own home. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just for clarification for our county budget, it says here that there's no local match required, so it doesn't affect our budget at all, and these are pass-through funds, correct?
That is correct. These are HUD funds specifically these are home funds, and those are specifically for increasing affordable housing and no local money.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hill?
Thank you. Commissioner Dirt, I can actually answer that question because I had just run some of that information down not more than a month ago, and one person to qualify under low-income guidelines would be $55,650. So it would, in fact, help our single young people that are coming into a lot of our service jobs, not only teaching, but law enforcement, those types of jobs. So that is, in fact, the demographic that's very popular. Those of you that have not taken the opportunity to call Director Holden and have her help you take a tour of these wonderful homes that are going up all over the county, I strongly encourage you to do so. I had the opportunity to talk to several of the residents. Y'all, these are people that are just working hard and trying to work their way up. You know, they are not asking for a handout, they're asking for a hand up. This particular one in Everett actually is very close to the Farragut Township. So these folks here will benefit from a brand new school that's about to be built in Farragut. It'll be opening in the next couple of years, and is exactly the type of exposure that we need to be opening up for these folks that are working, are trying, and just need some help with the current housing market. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Frazier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I typically look at these things through the lens of zoning. That's a conversation that Director Holden and I had just recently, and I have had the opportunity to look at a property similar to this and also talk to the residents. And they're lovely properties. My question is, I always look through, does it align in character and form? In this area, it actually does. My other question is, do we know the student yield? That is my concern. It's Hardin Valley Elementary, Middle, and High School.
I think you might be looking at, my apologies.
Yes, school zones are Hardin Valley Middle, and Hardin Valley Academy. Do we have an estimate or a projection of student yield?
No, but I can get that for you, Commissioner. I know that multi-unit rentals It is a lower student yield a lot of times than folks think it will be. Let me just make sure there's no one else here that knows that. We do not have those numbers, Commissioner.
I don't feel comfortable voting on this until I have those numbers. So I guess if we don't have those numbers tonight, I will be passing.
Commissioner Rawls?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to bring to the attention, I was in Nashville this past week for our county association conference with Commissioner Thompson. And I can say this, that we don't want to be Nashville, right? Like, no police live within the city limits. No firemen live within the city limits. No classically blue-collar worker lives within the city limits in that area because they can't afford it. And so when we talk about low income, I mean, low income is most of us starting a family and starting out. You know, so I think we need to take that into consideration as we discuss a property like this. When my wife and I were starting out, I mean, we were making 36. I made 36, and she made about the same. So we were at 70 something. So, and that was a two-family before we started having kids, and then I think I was making about $10,000 because the kids were taking up everything, you know. But I'd seriously like us to think about that as we consider this vote. Thanks.
And if I could just say that I think that 79,000 figure to be considered low to moderate income, that has jumped substantially just in the past 3 years. You know, I remember when my husband and I hit 70,000 and we thought we would never have anything to worry about again, because like that was real money. But 70,000 does not go as far today for the folks that are trying to raise families here as when I was trying to raise my family. So the fact that how fast HUD has increased those income limits really does speak to how fast the cost of living and housing has, how fast that increase has happened here in our community.
Thank you. No other questions? We'll open up voting. Commissioner Jackson?
I keep forgetting them. Got to hit both of them now. What are the questions that you were needing answered?
The projected student yield, simply because the school zones that are part of this project are at capacity.
Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Having attended the Powell Elementary public forum with Knox County Schools, that was a very heated discussion, but what we took away from that, and the reason given for a new Farragut school was because Hardin Valley and Farragut and the area schools around there wasn't room to rezone and redistribute those children. So I guess that is a valid concern, because if we don't know the student yield, are we compounding a problem that's already there? I guess it would be nice to have those numbers.
All right. Director Holden? If this is an issue for some with the schools and that kind of stuff, would this be something that could be deferred until next month?
Yes, we would of course like to get it passed this month just because timing-wise to get the project moving, but yes, we can absolutely delay if we need to.
Okay. I mean, I would leave that up to, I'm just asking a question. Commissioner Jay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you have a similar, this is not the first time we've done this. Is there an example of another one that we've approved that is in a similar scope and shape? I guess Why didn't anybody ask this question last week at agenda review and give time to prepare? But if we're here, is there something that we can compare to that we do have data on?
Our most recent home-assisted project is on Hardin Valley, is the Dominion project that's going up there close to D1 Sports. And this,
Do you know how
we
many
did not
units
look
that
at-
is roughly?
sorry, say that again.
Do you know how many units that is and what the student yield of that one was estimated at?
Student yield is not something that we have typically been asked or looked at in the past. We certainly will going forward, but that is not something that we have looked at
Okay, so
previously.
nobody's ever asked that question?
No.
Okay.
Any further questions? Mr. Heber?
Hello.
You give your name and county residence.
John Huber, Knox County. I'm with Hopeful Housing Development Corporation. We're the ones that are going to be developing the property on Everett Road. And just a little clarification, I think, of what you guys are asking. This property is zoned by right. It's actually in commercial, zone commercial B, CB in the county. So it doesn't necessarily go through Planning Commission and get a review by the staff. That is where usually a student yield count would come from. But this is a bit different. It's in more of a commercial area that is converting to residential. So Commissioner Frazier, I understand your question and your concern about the housing and with respect to schools. But also I would say that there are literally 2 Class A apartments on either side of this of 300 units and another 250 units that have gone through Planning Commission and looked at. Now, I don't know the actual student yield. I apologize. I don't know that number off the top of my head. But I mean, we're a very small percentage of that because it is converting on down through there. But we don't have to, or we did not have to seek Planning Commission approval because it was already zoned by right. So now we're just coming into development.
Any further questions? All right, will you open up the voting, please?
Point of order, can I ask is the motion to approve is what on the floor, or is there
Yes.
any amended motion, or
No.
is the original motion?
It's
to
just
approve?
your original.
Thank you.
Well, anybody wishing to change their vote? And you may close the vote. You have 6 yeses, 3 nos, and 2 abstentions. So let me get that. Commissioner Russell, Commissioner Lee, and Commissioner Fox were no. Commissioner Thompson abstained, and Commissioner Frazier abstained. Next item, please. I'm sorry, 6-3.
Our next item is item number 40, ordinance O262101 to repeal Knox County Code sections 18-141 and 18-142 relative to the operation of the East Tennessee Regional Juvenile Service Center and adopting new sections 18-141 and 18-142 to place control and supervision of the Juvenile Service Center under the Knox County Juvenile Court Judge and to create an advisory board. This is on first reading.
Thank you. I've got a motion by Commissioner Jay and a second by Commissioner Rawls. Commissioner Jay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fellow Commissioners, this is on your agenda and before you for consideration. After nearly 8 months of hard work since the transition of the East Tennessee Juvenile Detention Center, the convening board, which includes 5 members of this body, worked through this ordinance, and we're shown this in advance. This is a result of the vote that was taken unanimously out of this board to recommend to the commission transition of the entire Juvenile Service Center to under the control and supervision of the juvenile court judge. The decision for this was based upon research with other juvenile centers around the state, a careful analysis of the many different types of models, including government oversight models, judiciary oversight models, sheriff and law enforcement oversight models, and other related ones as it connects to both the state supervision of juveniles and local control of centers just like this. We went through a long and lengthy discussion over many different meetings. We consulted with the Tennessee Department of Children's Services, the Tennessee Commission on Children and Youth. I personally spoke to 2 different judges that run a model like this and examined the pros and cons. We had lots of doubt, of course, with our sheriff's candidates if they were both interested and able to do this, and we felt as a board that during the transition year it was most appropriate to find a long-term solution for the juvenile detention center. That long-term solution really comes down to what is best for the children that we serve, what is best for public safety, what is best for long-term rehabilitation, and what is best for the fiduciary oversight that we have for this center. And for all those reasons, we concluded that putting this under the supervision of Juvenile Court Judge Tim Irwin and his team was the right approach. We made that recommendation, or we are making that recommendation to you under consideration on first reading here tonight. And if passed on first reading this month and second reading next month, then the center would go under the juvenile court judge supervision starting April 1st. And the current board would conclude its work at our next March meeting. The conclusion of our work comes down to two action items. One, to deliver a set of a framework for a set of bylaws that will govern the advisory board going forward, and a second bit of homework that is for us to give recommendations for who will sit on that advisory board going forward. As the ordinance lays out, the goal in this is to have checks and balances. We never want the opportunity to arise again in which one branch of government or one person has total control of this center. And so we have included various members that would have a seat on the board, including one of our commissioners, as well as experts in the field of juvenile justice, in the legal system, juvenile mental health, and juvenile social services, as well as citizens ordinaire and other experts at the table, where they will meet quarterly. They will work with the juvenile court judge. And most importantly, all of those entities will have the support of Knox County government, including IT, our health department, our HR department, our finance department, and of course our juvenile court clerk and their whole team as well. So I believe we've built a much, much better mousetrap, and we have found a path that will go forward in a very, very productive way. We've created checks and balances and a proper board, advisory board, to kind of continue the oversight. And on top of all of that, in the middle of our last meeting, we are happy to say that the center received its licensing from the state and its reaccreditation, if you will, for the first time in 3 years. It is now officially relicensed and has all the boxes checked. In addition to that, I believe 87% of all the CTAS recommendations have been accomplished to date. And the last of those CTAS recommendations that have not been addressed are mostly capital needs. We have the mayor and Mr. Caldwell from finance have talked to the governor about some capital infusion. He has put that in his budget to the tune of $20 million, split between an east facility, that's us, and a west facility. And that will provide a much-needed outside boost of capital for mostly the security system, the keying system, and some of those major hardware issues that are the last of those CCAS recommendations. So it's our recommendation as the 5-member board and all commissioners to present this to you today under first reading. Happy to answer any questions, and I hope you will support our recommendation so we can put this on a good path forward and finish a lot of hard work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Russell?
Thank you, Chair Oster. I have read through this extensively, and I don't have any questions in regards to it. I understand exactly what's laid out, and I don't have a problem with anything except for the composition of the board. We're looking at a 7-member board, 2 members appointed by the mayor, 1 member appointed by the commission chair, which I think actually that should be someone who is elected by the entire commission. But then we have 4 members that the juvenile court judge is appointing himself. I wish to heck I could pick my own boss and the people that are overlooking me. How is this any different than what we had before? We had Bean, who controlled the board. We didn't hear anything about this. We should be appointing these people, so they have to come before us so that all the citizens out there can have input on, their applications have been turned in, we've looked at them. If they have citizen input that they want to present, that we have to listen to that, and we are held accountable. We backed up and we said, oh, we didn't know there was a problem. Nobody told us. Nobody told us we were supposed to be in charge of this. Well, we know now. So why are we putting it back to where we aren't overwatching? That is our job, is to make sure that these mistakes don't happen again. I was blessed. Neither of my children ended up in jail. But it's only by the grace of God. Any of our children could get with the wrong person and end up in jail. And we need to make sure that we are watching over this center and that we are responsible to appoint people who then have to come back to us to re-interview so that we're taking control over this. I have absolute faith in our current juvenile court judge. No problems with him at all, and I don't think he would do this. But we don't know who the next juvenile court judge is going to be, and we're going to just let him pick who the 4 people are that's watching over his shoulder to tell us if we're doing it's my turn, if we're doing any, if he's doing anything wrong. So as it currently stands, I'm going to make a motion, actually.
Can I answer the question first?
It's not a question, it's a
Well,
statement.
No, but can I respond before you make another motion?
I've already made up my
I don't
mind,
believe
so
that
your
you're
response
correct.
isn't going to matter.
Right, but I think you're incorrect in the information that you're assuming. And I'd just like an opportunity to respond.
Go for it.
Okay. First and foremost, this is an advisory board, it's not a governing board. The current ordinance that we are functioning under today is a governing board. The future board is an advisory board which has limited powers and limited scope. The ultimate authority on the entire structure of this falls with this 11-member body. So we created an ordinance to put it under our control, the 5 members. Anytime in the future, we can change this ordinance to say, Judge, you're not doing it correctly. We think it ought to go under the sheriff, or we think it ought to be managed by the mayor. So this board is the ultimate oversight at any given point and now until the end of time, which is why we have one commissioner who is always sitting there at the table monitoring what's happening and going on. But the board itself, because the legal power of a judge and the legal structure between the Department of Children's Services as a state level, Department of Children's Services is the ultimate authority from an oversight perspective, as well as the board of the TCCS, those 2 are the state governing boards, but this advisory board is meant to steer the boat in the right direction, pay attention to what's going on, make sure we're doing things right, keeping the accreditation going. But it is not a governing board like before. So the judge does not work for the board. The judge works for the people of Knox County that elect them. And we ultimately have the authority to change this at any given time. So it's about putting an elected official in charge, and that elected official vote works for the people. That elected official does not work for this board. So that's why it is an advisory board versus a governing board. It's a totally different structure.
The outcome doesn't change. The outcome
Certainly.
is that we're allowing him to appoint the people who are supposed to come back to us and tell us
No,
if
no,
he's doing a
just
good
four.
job.
Just 4 of the 7.
4 of the 7.
And it says in the,
So-
it says that those to be spread of record. Those, all member appointments must be spread of record to us. We know exactly who they are. The mayor has 1 appointment that is anybody and 1 appointment that is a representative of the health department. So we have a government oversight within the health department. And then we have 3 people that are professionals in juvenile services. Then we have 1 of our commissioners that is sitting there every single day, you know, paying attention to it. And then we have a totally additional citizen. So we have 7 people doing oversight. This doesn't have much of a chance of being a unilateral fiefdom anymore.
I'd like to add that the responsibility of the commissioner is to report out quarterly on the building as well. So whatever questions that you guys may have that come up, or if some news article comes up, then that person is responsible for speaking to the terms of what's going on in the building, since they are sitting there. Plus, there are no lifer members on this board. They're only they're 3-year terms, 2 consecutive terms, and then that's it. So there is no, like the previous board, we didn't know who sat there. They sat there forever. So we've tried to catch those things like that.
I still can't support this with the way it's written, because so a person with professional expertise in juvenile mental health, great, but it's the judge's decision. It's the judge's who's deciding whether he thinks they have that expertise. Someone with juvenile social services expertise, it's still the judge that's making that decision. And while, again, I have
It's advisory.
no problem with the current judge, and I think he would make good decisions, I don't know who controls that tomorrow. It could be someone who is cut everybody's head off and off to the stake, or it could be somebody who's just, a free-for-all. We need to take responsibility. We had a situation where problems occurred because we weren't watching over it. And all this is doing is going back to that, except for one appointed commissioner appointed by the commission chair. So Chair Oster will not be the chair forever. And at some point, there will be another chairperson. How do we know what their motives will be? They could be either of the far extremes also, of the person they're appointed. So the person that's appointed may not have a problem with something that's going on over there that I may have a problem with. So.
But again, we are the ultimate authority to change this model at any time.
But how do we know?
We are the oversight. We could finish this, transfer it to the judge, and on July 1st, you could introduce an entirely new ordinance that says, nope, I think it should go to the sheriff. I mean, you could do that 6 months from now, you could do that 6 years from now. So this
I'm
body.
doing it now.
Huh?
I'm doing it now before there is a problem. I see the potential for a problem. We don't need to wait until there's a problem to try to fix it. That's what we did last time.
I think you're assuming the worst.
Well, the worst happened last time.
Well, okay, but one person's action didn't dictate an entire systems of operation and governance. You have an elected judge that reports to the people. You have
Actually,
11
I mean,
elected members.
that's what our job is, to make sure that if we see something that occurs that's inappropriate and we see a bunch of children that were not treated appropriately, that we do step up and make sure it doesn't happen again.
I agree, and we can do that at any point with this ordinance.
We do have some other commissioners that would like to speak. Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to say something else, but let me just kind of, I actually don't disagree with Commissioner Russell. That was actually, we had these discussions during our board meetings, and from the very beginning, my argument was that, by putting it into the sheriff's office, that we would be, forget about it, just it goes over there and then we won't have to worry about it. The only way to really control this, and my initial argument was to put this under the mayor's office and have it the mayor's responsibility and have it a part of the executive branch. That would give us as commission, a lot more authority over the operations and the running of it, because he would be the running of the juvenile detention center would report to the mayor. But the way our discussions went, and, Commissioner Jay, to his credit, made the argument that, it would probably fit best under Judge Irwin. And, I changed my opinion. And the reason I changed my opinion is because Judge Irwin, I think, he really, as you said, I'm not disputing anything you said, that he has the interests of the best, for the children there. The reason why the Juvenile Detention Center, we didn't know about it before, was because the Juvenile Detention Board had a governance board that was that he appointed his buddies as the only voting members of the governance board. So here we just have an advisory board. There's no governance board to a judge because he's elected by the people. He reports to the people. And to Commissioner Jay's point, we can undo this at any time, but the only way, I think, to really control this is to put it under the executive office, under the mayor, gives the mayor the responsibility. But I did change my mind because Judge Irwin is so closely intertwined with the Juvenile Detention Center. He's the one who makes the decision, the juvenile judge, on who goes into incarceration, who goes and who is, let out. And, I can't remember the legal terms, but those who are let out with like an ankle bracelet. He does a good job. Let's trust in him. Let's trust in him to fix it. He understands this a lot better than any of the incoming mayoral candidates. No offense to anybody coming in, but that's his livelihood. And, but the other thing, the reason I was going to speak, I was just going to recognize Commissioner Jay. Commissioner Jay did work very, very hard and diligently as the chair, and I just wanted to recognize also the fact that, and I mentioned this during our meeting, that this was a great example of bipartisan discussion, working together and coming up with a final solution that I feel that what we have here is workable. We don't have to all agree. We don't have to have, it doesn't have to be an 11-0 vote. But I feel as though we did our job.
Thank you. Commissioner Hill?
Thank you. Really, just to quickly echo what has been said, I can assure this commission that your five members had extremely robust conversations about this. And as Commissioner Jackson already said, there was initially great concern about letting it get away from us again, for lack of a better way to put it. I think that those concerns have been absolutely fully addressed, given the fact that it is an advisory board. It is not a governing board. It is an advisory board. It is a rotating board. Both of those things were not true before. And also, there will be a quarterly report system in place that either the commissioner that's appointed, or they can ask someone from the juvenile court center to actually come and report to us. So the amount of oversight will be, I feel like, more than adequate to make absolutely sure that we do not ever get in, we don't ever allow history to repeat itself.
Thank you. Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm trying to remember what my question was. If we were to hand it under the sheriff's office, do we still retain the governing control, or is that gone and it's strictly under the sheriff, and the sheriff is accountable for the juvenile detention facility?
No, good question. We looked at that model because the sheriff is a duly elected constitutional officer. If it were to transition to the sheriff's office, then there would not even be an oversight board. There would be no board. The sheriff just runs it. So there would literally be DCS and the sheriff, and no one would have any other information unless we proactively asked it, and the sheriff could, quite frankly, decide to give us that information or not as an elected officer. So we didn't like that model. And when I talked to the judges in Hamilton County and in Rutherford County, they also explored that idea, but they said two things. One, this is not a kid jail. It shouldn't be run like a jail. This is a place of incarceration, but it's also a place of rehabilitation. And they didn't feel comfortable having one law enforcement officer and it sort of being a closed wall system. And they wanted more people at the table. And so you're onto something in that if it did go to the sheriff, we would literally have no oversight. And I think when it's important to read this ordinance, when you see the word advisory, I almost wish I had called it the oversight board instead of advisory board. Because while it doesn't have any governing teeth, so to speak, to tell a judge that is duly elected by you and 500,000 citizens what to do and not to do, the point is that we have built a more robust board with more people at the table from both the legislative branch, the judicial branch, the executive branch, and the private citizenry. We literally have, through all three branches and the citizens, the most important part of our government at the table at every given time. And so we've actually enhanced the oversight, and if it did go to a judicial model, that would go to zero.
Commissioner Lee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will have to say, I really supported the sheriff being over the juvenile. Now, I have absolutely 100% faith in Judge Irwin, except for Judge Irwin's not going to be there forever. I don't know who the next judge will be. But I do have some questions about the advisory board. And so I disagree with how the advisory board's set up. So I can't support it with the format of the advisory board.
Okay. Respectfully, Commissioner Lee, you voted for this out of committee with the other members. And to your point, we don't know who the next sheriff's going to be, even in 6 months.
No, I made a motion for it and I was overruled. I did support Judge Irwin. I did support Judge Irwin.
But that's incorrect. You had one language change to if one member of that advisory board was either appointed or elected by this body. But as the whole, all 5 members of our committee voted for it as it is presented to you today. And I think the logic is we don't know if we're going to follow the logic of, well, I'm not comfortable with it because I don't know who the future judge is going to be. You don't know who the future sheriff's going to be in a matter of months. We don't know who the future commission is going to be. We don't govern based upon the fear of what somebody might do later. We govern by the laws and the rules and the checks and the balances of the people that are elected today. And I do have great confidence in Judge Irwin, but I also have great confidence in many, many judicial court judges who across the country are operating. This was a document that I presented to you all and sent to you all of every model of a juvenile court facility across the state broken out, and we did extensive research, and so I think that it is the right place to be in the judiciary. It is the right place to have a robust board that is an oversight board.
Can just comment on that, Madam Chair? I would just say that we, for 50 years, did not do anything about juvenile court. So is it going to be another 50 years before we figure out whether this works? I can't support this.
Commissioner Russell?
Yes, first of all, I do want to say that I do recognize the time and the energy that the 5 members put forth working on this. It's not an easy task to take. And when I say this, it's not with disrespect. It's just, again, I have no problem with putting it under the juvenile court judge. That is not my issue. If that is, because that person is elected. So in a way, we do have some say there. However, I do have a problem with the makeup of the board. If we're going to have 7 members, 2 appointed by the mayor, the other 5, which the expertise that we have outlined is not the problem, but I think that those 5 members should be elected by this body so that those 5 members' loyalty, per se, is to this body and to coming back to be responsible to the citizens, because we, this body, are to represent the people that are sitting in those chairs. And because we would take the applications, people would be able to see those online, they would be able to come and make comments, where if the judge appoints them, there may be some information out there that would be pertinent that he may not know about a particular member. And so then, yes, he could throw them off, or I don't know how that would go. It didn't really outline if you wanted to have somebody removed, I don't think. But the point is to put as much transparency and accountability as possible in this board, whether it's advisory or not, because if they're coming to tell us we're the ones responsible, I want to know that the quarterly report that we get is accurate. I want to know that they understand that we are the ones that put them there to watch over it, and they have to come back and account to us if something goes wrong. Again, this is not disrespecting the process that was put forth. I think this is a 4-page document, and the only thing that I'm questioning out of the 4-page document is the advisory board. It's about a paragraph that I've highlighted in pink that I have an issue with, and we need the transparency, we need the accountability. Those people need to know that the people sitting out there in the audience have the right to come forward and speak when they are up for election, have a right to have input, because after all, it is their children that are affected. Like I said, I'm blessed. It could have been my child. It could be my child that is in this facility. Except for by the grace of God, I got lucky. By His blessings, I got lucky. So I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to make a motion that we change the composition of the board, leave it at 7 members. The mayor appoint 2, but that the 5 remaining persons be elected by this board rather than appointed by the juvenile court judge and the commission chair.
You're going to have to repeat that again. I need her to repeat it.
I'm making is this amendment or substitution?
Substitute.
Okay. I'm making a substitute motion that we accept this document in entirety, with the exception that the 7-member board be made up of 2 appointees of the mayor, and the remaining 5 citizen members be appointed or elected.
You're going too fast. You've got to let them get time.
Okay. Would you like me to say it again? That the 7-member board be comprised of 2 appointees of the Knox County mayor, and that the 5 remaining appointments as outlined in this document be voted on by Knox County Commission.
We've got a substitute motion. Commissioner Thompson, are you wanting to speak to that? Oh, second, I'm sorry. It's Fox.
Am I still good? Okay, thank you. Okay, before the substitute, I did have a question for Commissioner Jay. Is it possible to change the language to where, because I'm all for delegating to folks who have more knowledge than what we do about certain characteristics and qualifications for people that are going to fill positions. And so is there a way of putting in the language to where we approve the appointment? Not that we conduct the interviews but that we still have oversight and can approve the appointments of Judge Irwin for those seats.
There is it okay, Madam Chair? I'm looking at Section 18-142, which is on page 3 of the ordinance, under Section B, composition. At the bottom, it says, all member appointments to the advisory board shall be spread of record on the minutes of the Knox County Commission meeting. This is really a question for Director Moyers. If my understanding was the nature of having this advisory board is that this is now under the supervision of an elected judge. So that elected judge works for the people. That elected judge does not work for this board. And so therefore the board has to be advisory. So am I accurate in that?
That would be correct. I can't imagine a judge that would put himself under the supervision of a county legislative body.
Legally does not structure. Okay,
No.
all right. So this being an advisory board, it does say here, all member appointments to the board shall be spread of record on the minutes of the Knox County Commission meeting. Mr. Moyers, would it, keeping everything else the same, would it be legal and proper to say all member appointments to the advisory board shall be confirmed by the Knox County Commission? Not just spread of record?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, as long as the board is advisory in nature and not governing, it doesn't matter how the members of the board go on or who puts them there. The key is that the judge is not under the supervision of another branch of government.
Okay, so Commissioner Thompson, to your question, it could say, that one line could say, all member appointments to the advisory board shall be confirmed by the Knox County Commission. Upon appointment of the advisory board, that basically just says we will finish our work. So yes, that could be amended. That is something I would be interested in amending if we kept everything else the same.
Yeah, right.
If we went back to the original motion, I would amend that motion to add that.
Okay, because I think, I hear what
But that means
Commissioner Russell said.
confirmed, that means not elected by this body.
Right, not elected by us, but we have the final approval to say, whoa, that doesn't look quite right. Just in case you got a judge who, wanted to pick some friends or whatever, and I mean, I understand what Commissioner Russell's saying, and I'm not saying that would happen, because obviously he is
But let's say
elected
one of the appointments was for somebody with juvenile legal expertise, and they put on somebody that, fixes cars.
Right, that
We
would
could
be a
go,
little-
gosh, come on, this doesn't seem to match right. Is that your intention?
Right, and just to make sure that it's not just some friendly appointment who would go along with whatever, whoever is filling that seat would do.
So if the substitute motion was defeated and we went back to the original motion, I would be happy to amend that one line to include the confirmation of this board.
Okay.
Commissioner Durant?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, if we do in fact do that and are confirming, are we not putting another elected official, in this case the judge, under our control?
No, because again, it matters what the board is designed to do, okay? If the board can direct the judge how to operate the system, then that would not be viable or tenable. If you have a board there that's making suggestions, that keeping an eye on things, maybe reporting on what's going on there, but not directing the judge, then it doesn't matter how you compose that board. That's the key is what powers the board actually has.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we are on to the substitute motion, so we will open up voting.
Madam Chair, so are we voting on Commissioner
Angela-
Russell's or
on-
Commissioner
Mhm.
Jay's? Okay, thank you.
You may change your vote. And close the votes. Okay. All right, that's 3 yeses and 8 noes. The 3 yeses were Commissioner Lee, Commissioner Fox, and Commissioner Russell. So that motion fails. We will now go back to the original motion. I don't know, my thing's not doing anything.
We have to close the vote. Give us a second.
Are we back in regular? Okay. Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to clarify that, so you were willing to amend that?
Yes,
line to
I would like
confirm?
to amend my motion to approve with the change to Section B, composition, where it would read, "All member appointments to the advisory board shall be confirmed by the Knox County Commission."
Did y'all get that? If you need him to say it again, he can.
Fine.
It's right there, it should be right there. All right, so Commissioner Jay amended his motion. Is the second okay with the amendment? This is Commissioner Rawls. Okay, Commissioner Fox?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask the sponsor, would you consider making 2 changes to the composition provision? And first of all, I want to say, I was a little surprised that the sheriff, I watched a lot of these meetings online, I didn't necessarily attend them all, but I was surprised that the sheriff volunteered to take this on, and so that kind of, in a sense, changed my opinion about what should happen. Or he seemed certainly open to it. Would you consider taking one of the appointees for the Knox County mayor and making it a second Knox County commissioner, and then also having the Knox County commissioner, to 2 Knox County commissioners be elected by the body rather than being appointed by the commission chair? mean, I understand putting one person in from the mayor, but if this body is ultimately responsible, I think we ought to have a few more people on the advisory body than just one.
I would not like to amend that only because I would like to keep the health department representative. And I believe that just like we do with 7 or 8 other boards, that regardless of who the chair is, the chair has the ability to have that Knox County commissioner be a representative and hold a spot there. That commissioner would be, could be changed could be a 2-year, it says it is a 2-year term and it can be changed out. So I'd like to decline that amendment.
I'd like to make another substitute motion, then, Madam Chair. And the substitute motion would simply be to adopt this provision as written, except only have one appointee from the Knox County mayor. And secondly, that the two, and replace that and have 2 Knox County commissioners. And I would like them, as part of my substitute motion, or maybe just a motion to amend, be elected by the commission at large and not just appointed by the commission chair. Because that would track, of course, how we deal with other boards. They're elected by the commission at large, and they're not simply appointed by the chair of the commission.
Second.
Who seconded that? All right, so we've got a, you guys are gonna have to use your tablet.
Hill wants to speak.
I know, but they need to use that. Commissioner Hill?
Thank you. I'm not inclined to support that because I do think it's important that the mayor have his own person on there. And I also think it's extremely important that his second appointee be someone from the Department of Health, because that is a huge, huge piece of what the Juvenile Detention Center covers. And as to addressing whether we allow the commission chair to make the appointment or not, I believe we actually looked further into that, and the commission chair actually already now appoints, it was either 8 or 9 boards without approval of the commission. So that is not a totally accurate statement that we always, the commission elects all of their boards. Our chair does in fact have some authority given to appoint.
Thank you. All right, we've got a substitute motion on the floor by Commissioner Fox and a second by Commissioner Durrett, or no, do what? Commissioner Fox, you need to repeat your substitute motion, please,
Yes.
and make it slow so she can keep up, please.
Okay. The substitute motion is to take away one appointee from the mayor. I agree with Commissioner Hill that we ought to have the Knox County Health Department sitting on this advisory board. But take away the other open seat to be appointed by the Knox County mayor, and instead have 2 Knox County commissioners. And just to respond to Commissioner Hill, I think the boards where the commission or where the chair has the appointment power, those aren't, like, that's, for instance, the Tennessee County Commission Association, or not effectively boards that are like a subcommittee of this body, basically. And maybe I'm wrong. I'm going off memory here, and it's been a long night, but You know, when you talk about this body being responsible for this organization versus, you know, something that's already created by the executive branch, I think we ought to elect the commission chair. So that's my thinking on that. But again, what it is, the substitute motion is remove one, this is going to be as written, except you remove one appointee from the Knox County mayor, the open seat appointee, and then you have 2 Knox County commissioners elected by the commission at large.
Did you get that? We got the, I'm sorry. Commissioner Russell seconded. Yes. All right. Let's open voting on this.
I want to make sure I understand, though, but you do want to continue to keep the change that Commissioner Jay made about, instead of it being spread of record, so it's as written, as adjusted by Commissioner Jay, and then further adjusted by you, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Just, I wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
Open the voting, please.
Point of record, our commission chair appoints Economic Development, Investment, Knox County Media, Personnel, TCCA, and TPO.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Change your vote. Close the vote, please. The vote failed. The 3 yeses were Russell, Fox, and Lee. We are back to the motion by Commissioner Jay that was amended and seconded by Commissioner Rawls. Seeing no further discussion, once that's ready to go, we'll open the vote back up. We do have discussion. Commissioner Fox? Commissioner Russell? Okay. When you're ready. Yeah.
So we are voting on the
We're
original
voting on
motion.
Commissioner Jay's motion that he amended and that Commissioner Rawls seconded. You may change your vote. Voting is closed. That passed with Russell abstaining, Pat saying no, and Fox abstaining. Next item, please.
Madam Chair, before we move on, junior commissioners, if you need to leave, you are more than welcome. It is almost 9 o'clock.
Everybody drive careful, please. It's raining
See you
outside.
tomorrow at 4 for our media day field trip. Check your text message.
Just a joke. It's just a joke. Yes.
Item number 41, ordinance O-26-2102, creating section 2-885, articles 11 of chapter 2 of the Knox County Code entitled Recognition of Right to Self-Defense on Knox County Owned Property, establishing section 2-885 of the Knox County Code previously reserved on first reading.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve? Got a motion by Commissioner Fox and a second by Commissioner Russell. Any discussion? Commissioner Hill?
Thank you. I was thinking after we dug into this a little bit more that it just appeared that we had a particular Knox County property that had a sign posted wrong. We never did find out if this is overwhelming problem, so much so that we need to have another ordinance? I'm asking.
Say that's a question
I'm
for the
asking.
maker of the ordinance. Commissioner Fox?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Hill, I'm certainly not aware of any other infraction, any other tenant violating the, the state statute, okay, and posting in violation of the state statute. To me, this is about protecting citizens' rights. And really, we are here not to protect Knox County government, but to protect the citizens. We represent the citizens. And I want to make it easy for citizens, if their rights are infringed, rights that are provided by the state are infringed by a tenant or Knox County itself, they need to be able to seek redress, because otherwise, like, if this ordinance is not imposed, and I never raised this issue, and I wasn't a commissioner, the only way that I could have addressed this with the East Tennessee History Museum or Knox County in general is I would have had to file a declaratory judgment lawsuit. I mean, I could have said, hey, you're violating state law, but the county could have said nothing, because they could have said, we don't care. And why would I say that the county might respond that way? Because the city responded that way when I sued the city back in 2016. I pointed out that they were violating state law when it came to people with handgun carry permits being allowed to take their firearm into Chilhowie Park. And they just said, we don't care what state law says. So I had to file a lawsuit. And I spent $65,000 of my time before the General Assembly actually changed the law and made the case moot. So that's a perfect example of somebody who should have been able to seek redress, or they shouldn't have had to deal with the problem in the first place. The city should have said, you're right, we're sorry, we don't want to violate state law. So in the future, right now, certainly I don't think this current administration would ever intentionally violate state law. I don't know in the future what's going to happen. So I want to put something in place that will make it easy for a citizen to obtain redress if their rights are violated, and they don't have to spend tens of thousands of dollars to take the county to court on a declaratory judgment action. When you put in a fee-shifting provision, that makes people honest right away. I'll give you another example of that. I was a co-counsel with Freedom X back in 2014 when we sued Knox County School System because they committed viewpoint discrimination. I actually recruited Bill Becker with Freedom X to file this lawsuit, and I felt at the time I didn't have the experience to do that, but I read about this this infringement on people's rights in the newspaper. So we filed a case in federal court, and the county quickly said, you got us, we're sorry, we're wrong. That still cost the county $14,000. But, instead of having to litigate the case all the way through to the end, and then you get a piece of paper that says you won, you get government officials that recognize a problem, and they say, we got to get out of this thing. We're in the wrong, and we could be exposed to a lot of fees. So we need something to protect citizens' rights, and that's in part what this does. This also sets a policy of people with, first of all, the county doesn't have to post anywhere except what's statutorily required. But if the county decides to impose restrictions on who can carry a handgun into a county building, it puts it at a certain level, and that is, it sets a policy that people with enhanced carry permits and carry permits will always be able to take a handgun into a county-owned building unless it's statutorily accepted. See, the way it stands right now under state law, the county has a choice. I want to take away that choice. I want to give the greatest freedoms possible, because people's right to self-defense does not end at the parking lot, as Mayor Jacobs said. So there's that component, and then there's the component of making it easy for citizens to vindicate their rights. So I hope that answers your question.
Okay, just to follow up, and I trust whatever you say on this, but right to self-defense, are we really is really what we just need to say? You have a right to carry a gun if you're properly permitted? I mean, this right to self-defense makes me nervous because that, people want to walk in with 4 knives or other, things that could be perceived as weapons and say, but this is self-defense. I'm using this for self-defense. So if we're just really all about the gun rights, let's just say it. I mean, that's okay with me too.
Actually, there is the General Assembly, I haven't looked closely at this, but the General Assembly has passed a Right to Carry Knife Act. So that exists at the state level. But, this ordinance is acting with this ordinance is acting within the framework of what is provided to us by the state. And the state says you can have either or. You can have this or that if you want to restrict the carrying of a handgun into a county facility. And so I'm choosing one, or this ordinance. I'm not choosing, but this ordinance would choose one. It would set a policy at one particular level, and then it would also allow citizens a easy way to get a remedy, and also, frankly, a way that provides a lot of accountability to county officials, because if they know they're going to have to pay somebody's attorney's fees if they lose, they get honest real quick.
You weren't personally asked to surrender your gun or anything, were you?
No. It was just posted incorrectly.
Thank you.
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not wholly opposed to this because it sounds like it's cleaning up some language and actions on county property that would fall within the structure of the state statute. So, to my understanding, if this were to pass, basically, whoever is leasing government Knox County property, if they wanted to prohibit the possession of a firearm on property, they would have to have metal detectors and an armed security person on staff to properly secure that or ensure that the area was safe for those who are there. And if not, then the right of those who wanted to carry their permitted handgun, whatever, on property, then they would then have the right to do so. What I am concerned with is the fines per day or the automatic ability to just sue the county or whatever because it was posted and they didn't have the proper setup to prohibit me from carrying my firearm on the property. I think if it's an ordinance, it's just an agreement to the leasee that if this is what you want to do on our property, this is the standard you must meet to do so. If not, then we have a problem with your lease because statutorily with the state, we are now in conflict with the state. I don't know that there's a necessity to impose those fines on the leasee to the extent that, just so they know up front, you can post a sticker, but it doesn't mean anything because our ordinance and our compliance with the state statute says this. So I don't necessarily know, and I think that may be a hurdle for some of our colleagues in that we don't like being sued, and opening that door up within the ordinance. I don't think that language is very digestible. But I think with an ordinance, if it becomes the law of Knox County, then it's the law of Knox County, and those who are leasing have a choice to make. They can either allow those who choose to carry a firearm on property and for self-defense reasons to do so, or they can hire security and put in you have the choice then, but you don't have the daily fine. So that's just my thoughts on it.
Thank you. Commissioner Durant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Moyers, Do you know the status of the sign at the East Tennessee Historical East Tennessee Historical Society, since that is the location where this originated?
Would you repeat the first part of your question?
What
I
is the
didn't-
status on the sign?
Okay. My understanding, excuse me, my understanding is that the sign that they had posted originally cited one of the statutes that deals with concealed carry permits. There's actually two statutes. There's two different levels of concealed carry permits that the state allows. When that was brought to my attention, I advised them that they should revise their signs to cite both of the statutes. My understanding is they're in the process of doing that. Is it posted? Commissioner Frazier says it's already been posted. So that would put them in compliance with the state law and this ordinance if it were to pass.
Okay. So it was clearly just an oversight, and they were unaware of the second state statute.
I'm not in their heads, but I would assume that's the case, yes.
Thank you. So I feel like a citizen could get in touch with our law department, could get in touch with their commissioner, could get in touch with the mayor's office and cite explain an issue like this going forward. I don't think we need it in an ordinance. I don't think we need to codify repercussions on an oversight. So I think a simple letter would be sufficient, and clearly that was, because that's what has happened, and the problem has been remedied in a week. Commissioner Jay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Moyers, this is the first time I've seen an ordinance that outlines very specific punitive damages and remedies for legal fees that outline it as an awardance. Are you aware of any other ordinance that we have that sort of automatically grants somebody to not only be fined for something, but also get legal fees if they decide to sue?
The second part of what you're talking about is called fee shifting, and no, we don't have any fee shifting ordinances in the county. Now, there are other ordinances that provide for civil penalties with each day counting as a separate penalty. The zoning ordinance is a prominent example of that. But as far as, I'm certain of it, there are no other fee shifting provisions in the Knox County Code.
Okay. And second question for you, the law governing, the law from the state of Tennessee governing concealed carry and firearms, that jurisdiction lies with the state and federal level, correct?
Yes.
And that is very clear, and they have done that.
Yes, the state has predominated the field. I don't believe we would have any authority to further regulate or deregulate handguns. The state has pretty much cleared that field.
And we do everything we possibly can to comply with state and federal law as a county agency and government.
Of course. This is one of those things where if somebody pointed out that a Knox County governmental building was posting their signs improperly, I'd be more than happy to point that out to them. And I think anybody in our office would do that.
So if there's any other state law that any building that we owned, we leased, we operated, there was an entity of Knox County that was in clear violation of a state law, what would be, that didn't have anything to do with firearms? I mean, let's just say, whatever it was. Maybe it was a fire issue or code or, what would be the remedy for any person to say, Knox County, either the person renting your building or the department that is occupying your property is not complying with state law, we would like to change, we want to make sure you're in compliance. What would an everyday citizen do in that occasion that had nothing to do with firearms?
One would hope that they would reach out either to the mayor's office or to our office and point out the problem. If the county department was in violation of the law, our office would immediately inform the entity that they needed to bring themselves in compliance with the law. If that failed, then yes, at the end of the day, litigation would be the only answer if the county just refused to follow the law. It gets gray sometimes when there's differing interpretations of the law. But with regard to this one, it's pretty clear. The law is not really subject to a whole lot of interpretation. There's the language as I pointed out last Wednesday, where it talks about the local government or its permittees. Not sure exactly what that means because it's not defined in the statute, but given the context of the statute, I really can't think of what it could mean other than persons that lease property from us.
Would it cost anybody, an everyday citizen, would it cost them any money, anything besides time to contact the law department and say, your building is out of compliance, please bring it into compliance?
At this point, we're not charging the public for our services.
Okay, I'm trying to, take the steps of not just this issue, but every other issue if we were out of state law. And I am a very big believer in smaller government and less law and less oversight and less regulation if we can solve problems in a very definitive way. This looks like, well, I have one other question. I mean, Commissioner Fox, was there any attempt to correct the issue through the law department and changing the sign or being in compliance before writing a new ordinance and a new part of the law?
No.
Okay, so I think with all due respect, this is a solution looking for a problem, because I don't see a problem. If we have any building, any leasee, any operation that is out of compliance with state law, no matter what the law is, we have a very easy mechanism to call the law department for them to say, put it in compliance. It seems like that has been done, and it will be done in a very short order. It doesn't require any lawsuits. It doesn't require any punitive damages. It doesn't require any fines and fees. It just says, do your job, which is, our job is to follow state and federal law. I think this is this has nothing to do with the issue that happened. I think this is just simply a matter of, we have a very simple mechanism to do this. It doesn't require lawsuits. And if for some reason the law department said, forget you, we don't care, somebody could sue. If the company wasn't under compliance, or we would not renew the lease. If a department didn't obey the law, we would certainly, I'm sure the mayor would fire the head of the library tomorrow. It just seems very, very, very overdone for something that seems like a very quick remedy. I can't see supporting this as it currently sits. I think it adds more layers of government, more layers of complication, and we have a very simple mechanism. And I hope all of our laws are obeyed by our government, and it seems like our law department is on top of this. So I don't see any reason to support this. I don't disagree with any of the state laws that are outlined, but I don't disagree with the fact that state law is state law, and if you want to change the law, change the law. But we follow the law in Knox County, and if we don't, we remedy it really fast. So I don't see the need for this right now.
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To address Commissioner Durrett's concern about how easy it would be to just reach out to the law department and bring up that concern, and to Commissioner Jay's the similar point, and I understand where Commissioner Fox is coming from, but it's putting the burden of you're trying to assert the right to carry a firearm that the state has already said you have. And so now you're trying to file a complaint that says this entity told me I couldn't do that. It's putting it back on the citizen to reclaim that right. That's one way of looking at it. But also, if the state said it, if a leasee comes in, yes, we look at state laws and regulations too, but that's like the second or third line of going through things and the laws that they have to abide with. The local laws are the ones that right there in your face. And so if you have a leasee that wants to lease property, it's right here in our ordinance. If this is something you want to do, this is what you have to comply with, and you have a choice. You can take lane A or lane B. Doesn't make any difference to us, but if you choose lane A, this is what you have to allow, and if you choose lane B, this is what you have to do to comply. It's just simple language from that regard. My question to Commissioner Fox is, would you be willing to scratch the punitive damages and the fines and those to those leasees, because obviously our law department is going to compel them to comply with the ordinance and state statute.
Okay. Commissioner Thompson, I would certainly consider, as a compromise measure, removing the penalty, the $500 daily penalty or whatever. I still believe that you have to give some redress to citizens who are wronged and have no way to make a local government comply with state law other than suing it. And see, I really, respectfully, I don't understand Commissioner Jay and Commissioner Durrett's statements of, oh, that'll never happen, we'll obey the law. I gave an example of this happening before, a subdivision of the state under a clear mandate, and that is the city of Knoxville, under a clear mandate from the state that you have to allow people in with carry permits to carry their firearm into a park or park-like property. There's no interpretation. Chilhowie Park is a park, and it's park-like property. And I actually did the research, by the way, and it was declared a park by Knox County Chancery Court in like 1908. So it was a park. And yet I got this song and dance from the city. I wrote them a letter, said, hey, we got a problem here, and they ignored it. So I've given an example of this happening before. Do I think this current administration or the current law director's office would do that? No, I don't. But we need to put a stake in the ground. Everybody needs to understand that if you violate people's rights, there is redress against Knox County. And you know what that's going to do? That's going to make Knox County not violate people's rights, because they'll be very quick to ensure that everyone is complying. If you don't do that, it could happen. It's happened already. It's already happened. That's why I thought of this. And people shouldn't have to spend tens of thousands of dollars. And we can't just express hope that the local government body is going to cooperate, because it happened to me. They didn't. They didn't follow the law. So that's why, while I would certainly be willing to remove the fine as a friendly amendment, I think you still need to have a fee shifting provision in there. Then there will be no oversights. I will say this, though, Commissioner Thompson. I would be willing to work something in there like a citizen has to first notify the law director's office or something like that. There's a violation and they can't, some kind of preliminary measure that must be undertaken by the citizen before they have standing to file a lawsuit. I think that's a reasonable provision. So it's just not, somebody gets caught unaware, the state government changed what the sign is supposed to say, and they're like, oh, I got a lawsuit on my hands here. I think that's a good idea.
Well, the premise for wanting to remove that, the burden of the lawsuit and getting rid of that is because if it's an ordinance in Knox County and the government, mayor's office, whoever, is not in compliance, then we're actually violating our own ordinance. It's not just a state statute. Now, granted, we're a charter county, and we get some latitude in that, but if it's our own ordinance, we're not going to violate our own ordinance.
We might.
But I guess I have an issue with doing that, just because how do you write out they had to notify the law director's office, and in what time frame does the law director's office have to get with the leasee to fix the problem, and all those time frames, and it gets very ambiguous. But if you just put in here black and white language to the leasees, you have door A, door B, pick either side, but you have to comply because this is a Knox County ordinance that just reiterates what the state statute says. I really don't think that there's a need for that. So I would like to see that monetary side and the punitive damages go away and just have it Pretty plain language, basically just reiterating what the state statute says.
Commissioner Frazier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to quickly note, I spent quite a bit of time just reaching out to Moretta Black in libraries, risk management, legal, procurement, just to look at, one, you mentioned a notification process. I think it would be great to have a notification process built into this, but also who would enforce and collect the fines. That tended to be an overall concern about how would we enforce something like this? And I found it to be very challenging and a barrier. And so that led me to kind of echo Commissioner Thompson. I would respectfully ask for additional considerations of something about a notification process and then an elimination of the fines.
Commissioner Jay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Moyers, is there a reason, this has a ton of legal language in it. Is there a reason that this wasn't written by or prepared by the law department before it came to us? Most times when it is this complicated in legal law, a commissioner takes it to the law department, and the law department works with that commissioner, and then it comes out as something you're comfortable with.
Commissioner Fox brought it to us basically wholly formed. I think we may have massaged a little bit of the language, didn't do a whole lot to it, and then sent it on as Commissioner Fox wished, so.
Are you comfortable with this?
Well.
You have to defend it.
You want to ask, okay.
You have to,
yes.
as written, you have to defend this.
Let me say this. The ordinance as written merely requires the county to follow what is state law, okay? What it does that is different is it provides the fee shifting in the case that a citizen feels the need to litigate over a denial of the citizen's rights. I was just sitting here thinking that what would fix it for me would be what Commissioner Fox just suggested, which would be that there be a requirement for 60 or 90-day safe harbor period during which a citizen who feels that a county lessee or the county itself is violating that statute, that the citizen would have to notify the law department in writing, and if at the end of that safe harbor period nothing had been done, then the citizen could file litigation and have the opportunity for fee shifting. What I wouldn't want to see happen is somebody go prowling around buildings that are owned by Knox County looking for a violation and then pulling the trigger on a lawsuit without us having the opportunity to do something to correct it. So I think if you added that kind of safe harbor period, it would make this ordinance a lot more palatable for us.
Thank you, Mr. Moyers. Commissioner Fox, I think that there are lots of good suggestions here. I've got good questions. I think that several commissioners are willing to work with you on it. I just think it's not quite, the cake isn't quite baked right and the recipe isn't quite right. And I also feel I want to make sure we're trying to solve a problem, not just reiterating that we follow state law, because we do follow state law and we don't need a law to tell us to follow state law. So to me, it's a little muddy, and I'd like to make a substitute motion to postpone for 60 days where we could then come together with the law department and with our fellow commissioners, and we could work through this language so that if it is necessary and that we have an opportunity to solve a problem, that we can do it in a really proactive and productive way, because I think this is not the right formula, but I'm willing to sit down and be part of that conversation. So that's my motion, is to postpone for 60 days and agree to work on it together. It's a substitute, sorry.
A substitute motion on the floor. Do I have a second? I'll second that. I've got a few questions too. How many buildings? Did you find out how many buildings we have in Knox County from last week?
No, I mean, I know that Director Snowden said about 50. I mean, to me,
Director
that's...
Snowden, he's not the one who's going to know about the buildings. Have you reached out to Jane with PBA to find out how many buildings we have?
No, to me, that's a red herring. It doesn't matter how many buildings we have. They all need to comply with the law. And we're just setting a policy.
We need to know the bill. Okay. Director Moyers, how many infractions besides this that Commissioner Fox brought to us have your office had to handle and reach out to leasees?
I'm unaware of any.
I said last week, and I'm not in favor of opening it up for everybody to just come and sue Knox County and Knox County just pay for it. I mean, if anybody listened to our finance meeting last week for 2 hours, the money's not there, and I think, in all due respect, Commissioner Fox, but an attorney sitting there telling everybody that they can go sue and get Knox County to pay for it, a little rich for me, and it's just not something I would be comfortable with. So I'm going to support this substitute motion because I think we need to sit down and discuss this. I don't understand, when you had that issue, you brought it to Director Moyers, how we jumped from one building having that to an ordinance, which I agree with state law and we already follow. And I know that you've had all this issue with the city, but we're not the city. We don't function like the city. It's just, I've grown up, I'll just say it, as a Republican, proud of it. I think my stance has always been less government, smaller government, less overreach. Maybe that's an old time feeling, but I think this needs to be vetted, and for it to already be written and Director Moyers is sitting here not real comfortable with it as a commissioner, that certainly does not make me comfortable at all. So that's where I stand on that. We will open up the floor for voting on the substitute motion for 60 days. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I don't think it's big government to make government responsive or make it subject to a citizen suing it if the government has infringed on somebody's rights. That's not big government. That's just giving a citizen redress.
Okay.
So to me, that's just not, that's like inapposite. That's just not how you classify big government.
Okay. We can just agree to disagree on that.
But I wanted to point out, by the way, that the reason that this has been fixed in a week is because a commissioner made a stink about this, not some private citizen. I mean, I don't know if it would have been fixed if it was just somebody writing a letter or trying to contact the museum saying, hey, your posting is wrong. But what I am proposing to do is, I don't think we need to delay this 60 days. I would just take Section D and remove the current language, in like an amendment to my first motion. Remove the current language and say, before any lawsuit may be filed to enforce this ordinance, a citizen must first notify the county law director's office in writing, sent by certified mail. Would that be an appropriate way, Mr. Moyers?
It gives you a paper trail, so
Yeah.
yes.
So certified mail before they would have standing to file suit. And that way, then you could, another sentence in Section D would say if the matter is remediated before the 60-day deadline, then no lawsuit may be filed, or something to that effect. That, to me, would handle it today. We could vote on it today. There's no reason to push it. There's certainly no reason to push this off for 60 days. It's not that complicated. It would be a matter of putting in about 1 or 2 sentences and taking out the fine, which Commissioner Thompson has discussed, which, I guess you could look at it as a double jeopardy thing in a sense. But so I oppose this. There's no reason to push this down the road 60 days. That's just a delay, an unnecessary delay, and we could fix it tonight with just a very, very small language and protect citizens' rights to have, self-defense because it doesn't stop at the parking lot. Thank you.
Right now, we have a substitute motion on the floor to defer for 60 days. So if you open up the votes, please. Commissioner Thompson?
Sorry, Madam Chair. Commissioner Jay, would you consider a 30-day instead of a 60?
I'd like to leave the motion as is. I don't like legislating in real time on an ordinance that changes the structure of the law with 7 different questions in a law department that's not comfortable. And I'd just like to leave it as is, please.
No. Yes.
If we get it done sooner and we can always talk about it sooner, but right now I'll just leave it as is.
And you may change your, sorry, still voting. And you may change your vote. And voting is closed. Substitute motion passed, 7 with 4 noes, Jackson Russell, Lee, and Fox. We have no ordinances on second reading. We've already done public forum. Other business, just to remind everybody, March 2nd at 4 p.m. is the mock meeting for Junior Commission. Please try to be here. It's good for them to have a full, for the commissioners to be here to work with them. We do have birthday, Sharon. She's not here, but wish Sharon a happy birthday. Does anybody have any other items that they need to discuss? Commissioner Durant?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Following up on what Commissioner Oster just said about our mock meeting on Monday, if you are willing to come and play a role, it's really fun to play a role in our mock meetings. If you haven't already told me, I would appreciate you letting me know before we leave tonight so I can get you a role assigned. If you have already told me, then I'm actually going to be sending those assignments out this evening.
Perfect. We'll leave you with this. The 2 most important days in your life are the day you're born and the day you figure out why.
Oh, I like that.
So,
Thank you.
do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
I've got a motion and a second. Everybody, please give your battery and your card to Drew. Put all your stuff up, and everybody drive careful. We're adjourned.